Aaron, can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
Yep.
Hi, Eric.
Perfect.
I would like to share my screen, share my slide.
Yes, just let me double check. You can share slide. Just give me a second. You should be okay.
I didn't see any. Usually, you should have a share button, right? There's no. I didn't see any.
Okay, just give me a second. Give me a second. I see. I need to
We keep control the meeting, right?
Yes. You know what? While I'm gonna fix it, wait, let's do something fast. I'll just reactivate.
Sorry?
Could you share screen? Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen very well.
Okay, let me just test the video in the slide, just to make sure it works. Can you see the video? Are you able to see the video?
Yep.
Okay. I think that should be all right, right? So I just need to stay on this link, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that's about it for this. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So I will share again probably 10 minutes before the call, before the actual.
Yes, please.
Right.
Yeah, because I think yesterday the problem, I don't know what the problem was. Every time speakers try to share video, everything crashed.
Yeah. So you'll be ready, right, in maybe 15 minutes from before the start of the session.
Yeah.
So make sure I can actually share the screen like just now. So now I will unshare, right? I'll share again at 10 to 15 minutes before 9 o'clock, 9 a.m.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll stay online here. You'll be online, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just stay here and I mute myself. Yeah.
Dear Chair, speakers, and delegates, welcome to our Day 3 Operational Excellence and Process Transformation virtual event. This is Ariana, your host for the day. Once again, on behalf of KeyNotion, we are sincerely apologetic for the technical issues that we all went through for the past 2 days. But today, we are hoping to have a process improvement with you all as well. Without further ado, allow me to hand over the floor to our chair, Mr. Clifford Lee.
Thanks, Ariana. And good morning, everybody. Welcome. And welcome to Day 3. I did want to say that despite the technical difficulties yesterday, we did have a number of very interesting discussions yesterday. If you might remember, we discussed a lot of change management, from how to manage a transformation through how to knowledgeably deal with and manage with sensitivity and with care, the human factor that's involved in all of this. And so today we're going to continue our journey through the critical spaces of digital transformation and process excellence. Up today, first is Aaron Song. And Aaron is a leader in the use of CPI tools to transform large, complex brownfield organizations, which is from my past, that's a fascinating subject because I was involved in a lot of brownfield type improvements. He has experience in enterprise-wide continuous improvement tools and techniques, from strategic to operational to tactical applications. Aaron, welcome. Thanks very much for agreeing to be here with us today, and please take it away.
Thank you for the introductions. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aaron from UEM Agenda. So the topics of my presentation today is cost optimization through operational excellence and digital transformation. So first of all, allow me to introduce to you about our company briefly. So UEM Agenda is a member of UEM Group. We are an asset management and infrastructure solutions company. So in our company, we have 4 main business units, which is Agenda Healthcare Support, which we provide non-clinical healthcare support services and technology solutions to public and private healthcare institutions, to over 300 hospitals in Malaysia, Singapore, Taiwan, and India. So we also have another business unit, which is property and facility solutions, whereby there's over 300 buildings under our care, and we have a presence in Malaysia and UAE. And the third business unit we have is Agenda Infrastructure Services, in which we manage the maintenance of 3,100 kilometers of highway and state roads, and we have present in Malaysia and Indonesia. So the fourth business division, or the business unit that we have, is OPEX Consultant. So this is an engineering consulting firm arm, whereby we have over 100 billion worth of project delivery in Malaysia. So this is an agenda at a glance. I will not go through all these numbers here. I just want to briefly share as a few key points. So basically, we operate in 6 countries. The company has over 20,000 employees servicing our customers worldwide. We have a combined experience of more than 80 years in asset management and infrastructure solutions. Our strategy to drive revenue growth and improve margins. So these are the 4 quadrants we are looking at. In terms of processes, so we have work process improvement initiative. For example, we have what we call the Agenda Academy and Learning Center. So this is our in-house academy that provide a range of training courses, from online training to face-to-face on-site training, from the lowest level, the frontline workers, to the top management. We also have our in-house Lean Six Sigma programs, including the high performance work system program. as well as the innovation, we call it the innovation garage, which is a dedicated programs for innovation. On top of this process improvement programs, we also have transforming how we do things through automations and mechanizations. For example, we have autonomous scrubbers, mechanized grass cutters, robots, etc., which I will share with you some of this video as part of my presentation. So in terms of materials, in terms of innovative materials and testing, we have our own pavement research lab to develop any new materials, innovative techniques and pavement design, as well as we have our operations central workshop to test, calibrate and repair the biomedical equipment in the hospital. And lastly, in terms of system, we have our tech products built in-house. We have groups of in-house data scientists that actually can build the digital products for our customer. So in terms of early adoption of artificial intelligence and machine learning cloud-based system. So I will show you some example as well as a few videos about some of the informations that I have shared in this slide in the next few slides. So again, in terms of what we do, the foundation of everything we do is we build on health, safety, security, and environment, HSSE. The nature of our work is very, very important to ensure a safe and health of our people. So in terms of the Agenda Academy, this is just a bit of additional information. So basically we invest in talent via the Agenda Academy. So in terms of, we are looking into driving the innovation and R&D, building competent talent pool and prime accreditation. So we have our own in-house certified as well as some external certified program. For example, in terms of OPEX, we have our own in-house certified Lean Six Sigma, black belt, green belt, yellow belt programs, as well as we also have in-house certified program for reliability center maintenance, the RCM, and many more. So this is just a snapshot about the Agenda Academy that aim to basically invest in the talent in our organizations in order to drive, improve service delivery in this area. Our methodology to adopt technology enabled solutions. So basically we are a company that we are an asset management and infrastructure solutions company. So our services is about to ensure the assets of our clients are functioning at an optimum level and are well maintained. So basically, just to give you an example, we maintain the assets in the hospital, right, in our country. So we need to ensure that these assets, basically this equipment in the hospital is always basically functioning at the optimum level and is being maintained well. At the same time, we need to ensure that the work done by our people is effective. We need to ensure that our work is cost efficient, right? So in order, on one hand, we need to provide the customer service in terms of ensuring the equipment and the asset is being maintained well and functioning at optimum level. At the same time, we have to do this cost efficiently, right? How do we actually do more with less or do more with the same? Which is the lean, one of the lean thinking, right? So in terms of doing more with less or doing more with the same resources. So the questions that we ask ourselves is, how do we prevent a breakdown of asset before it happens? And how do we effectively deploy and monitor the work of 18,000 employees across the region in real time? So the big question that we ask ourselves is, how do we use IoT, big data analysis, machine learning, AI, to achieve the above? So this is we use these basic definitions of artificial intelligence because we have to, in fact, make this simple for our employee to embrace digital transformations. So I will not go through too much about this slide. So these are basically, the slide basically shows that artificial intelligence is basically a technique that enables machines to mimic human behavior, and underlying that we have machine learning and also the deep learning. So data collections. Well, data collection is enabled by the IoT, Internet of Things. So again, this is leveraging on the thinking of operational excellence, right? So and Lean Six Sigma. So we can only manage and improve what we can measure, right? So data is critical in digital transformation. And in fact, it is also critical in OPEX, in Lean Six Sigma, especially for Six Sigma, right? Which is a data-driven approach, right? So we can only manage and improve what we can measure. So our data question is enabled by IoT. So this picture here, this is actually our advanced IoT center. We have our own this center that actually enable all this data collection in real time, which I'll show you more example in the next few slides. Okay, so this is our UEM agenda command and contact center, which is our advanced IoT center, located in basically in our head office. So this command and contact center is a central hub for the creation and implementations of all the IoT applications for our facility management. So I'll give you a few examples in the next few slides. So basically, we are able to collect and the data from 32 hospitals in our country online, and it will be displayed in this center in our head office. So we also will be able to monitor 241 ambulance online. So where are the locations of this ambulance? What is the condition? What is the maintenance condition of the ambulance? It all will be displayed real time in this IoT center. So we also manage put 287 properties online, the different commercial buildings that we manage, as well as more than 1,000 kilometers of highways online. So whereby we can monitor the condition on the highway at real time in terms of how many vehicles and the condition, etc. of the highway. And many more, right? So which I'm going to show you a few other examples soon. Okay, so in the next few slides, I'll show you the early AI and machine learning implementation in terms of automated work ticketing and tracking. So the first application that I'm going to show you is the holistic asset management to optimize asset health and energy usage. So we embarked on IoT and artificial intelligence and machine learning, starting with our headquarters, right? So when we started out our journey, we pilot this in our own head office, right? So our own head office is Menara UEM head office. So we actually have 5,000 over sensor in this building. So I'll share more details later, but this is just to show some of the initial success story. So in terms of what is the benefit after we have started this journey? So in terms of the engineers, basically we are able to achieve a 29% reduction in labor-intensive tasks. So in other words, the work of our engineer become better, faster, and easier. In terms of to those supervisors, we can see that there's a 40% increase in the productivity of the supervisor. And for the managers, we actually managed to achieve a 10% reduction in energy consumption. So these are basically some of the early benefit of implementing or deploy the digital transformation in our company. Okay, so just to look into slightly more details about what I have shared earlier. So we manage the energy and chiller performance for our hospital. So basically, one of the key service that we provide to our client in healthcare is we help to manage the asset in the hospital. So we are able to manage through our IoT center. We are able to manage the energy and the chiller performance for about 32 hospitals in our country. So this allows us to remote monitoring of chiller consumption patterns, collecting 150 performance parameters for 66 chillers in our hospitals across the countries. So basically, we have a team of data scientists who station in this command center to command and contact center. From the head office itself, our people are able to monitor the performance and the conditions of the equipment, in this case, the chiller, in the hospital, in about 32 hospitals across the country. Okay, so further information on this. So basically, not only it can monitor the parameter and the performance of the chillers. So this is being used, we use this to cross-reference the chiller's performance with the complete maintenance record. So we apply machine learning to do anomaly detection. So again, in the past, right, in the traditional OPEX, we have this TPM, right, total productive maintenance. So maybe I believe some of you here or many of you have heard about this, or even maybe is an expert on this area. So in TPM, total productive maintenance, or any similar program, you can imagine that they have a process, or they have a practices of detecting the abnormality, right? So we're very much doing this through manually, right, using a piece of paper, right? So in TPM, we have what I call the autonomous maintenance pillar, right? So AM step 1, right? So in terms of detecting the initial cleaning, right, and detecting the abnormality. But in this case, right, we, instead of doing it traditionally, we apply machine learning to do anomaly detection. And to determine the tolerable margin of acceptance, we reference to the asset age, service history, and maintenance specifications for the system to recommend suggested actions. So for example, here you can see we have chiller 1, 2, and 3, and the compressor, condenser, etc. So basically the system will be able to show through machine learning, it will be able to check the condition of this equipment and also the component. In this case, it will flag the status as for the condenser, you say that the service is required. And as for the expansion valve, the status is again, service is required. Not only that, the system also can suggest action. It also can provide suggested action. So in this case, for condenser, service is required. The suggested action is to clean the condenser tube, right? For in terms of expansion valve, the suggested action is to check the valve, etc., etc. So this is basically we leverage on machine learning to detect any early abnormality in our equipment, and it also, the system can also suggest what need to be done next. So not only that, the system also integrated with our work order management system that assign the work order to the nearest certified engineer on duty. So the IoT allows the post-work order completion remote monitoring to increase the productivity of our engineers. So in this case, this is related to cost optimization. How do we actually leverage on digital transformations to realize or to enable the cost optimization? So instead of having a dedicated certified engineer in each of the hospital to station in the hospital to ensure or to help to rectify any sudden breakdown of the equipment. So by having this IoT, this system, right, we will be able to, instead of station one dedicated engineer per hospital, you can now having only one dedicated engineer at the centralized location around a few hospitals. Right, so this is a more cost-efficient way to allocate the resources, right? So whenever the system trigger any work, or the system will automatically trigger any work order to the nearest certified engineer, so that this engineer will be able to travel based on the work order received in their mobile phone or in their tablet. So the engineers will be able to travel based on these informations. He will travel to the nearest or the nearest hospital that has this issue, so that he or she can actually resolve the issue timely. So as mentioned, this is again a cost-efficient way. Instead of having one dedicated certified engineer per site, in this case, we can have one engineer to monitor multiple sites. Okay. So and what's next? So we basically, based on what we achieved, the next step for us, we are currently working towards this self-preserving asset to minimize damage done during the failure. So the machine learning intervention will need to minimize the asset damage during the breakdown. So basically, I won't go through line by line here. Just want to highlight the key point. For example, if during peak hour for this our chiller, the chiller will operate at minimum acceptable performance without further damage. So that means whenever there's any early warning or early abnormality being identified by the system, so it will still take some time for the nearest certified engineer to travel on site to rectify the issue. So during this period of time, the system, we want to make sure that it doesn't, the early anomaly doesn't create further deterioration to the conditions of the equipment. So this is, again, over here, we leverage on using machine learning. So to develop a system that can actually self-preserve, it can actually trigger its own actions. For example, it can actually increase the cool water into the condenser by itself, so that it can also optimize the performance of the equipment to be at the minimum acceptable level, so that it would not further deteriorate, so that it will slow down the deteriorations of the equipment condition. Okay, so another applications of machine learning here is to have a better predictive modeling on consumption patterns to enable self-regulated energy management. So this is related to energy management in our organizations. So it allows us to understand consumption behavior in accordance with occupants per floor to drive efficient energy management. So many companies have energy cost target, which requires smart intervention to be realized. So again, in a traditional space, in traditional OPEX space, or even before that, right? So the way, as I understand from some of my previous experience in the past, about 20 years ago, etc. So basically, company has, the way to achieve the energy saving, right? Especially electricity. So it's basically they have a dedicated person to wander around the companies or the factories at certain frequency, so that this person will switch off the light or tune down the air, to switch off the air conditioning, etc. Or even, a typical way is to create awareness, right? You put a sticker near the switches and to remind people to switch off the light when they leave the room. So those awareness creation in terms of energy conservation is still important. We need to continue educate and create awareness, but to be more effective, we believe that we need to leverage on digital transformation. So this is how we do it. Basically, we apply the machine learning to historical trends of our energy consumption in the buildings. And this will be statistically correlate with the average occupants per floor, and to generate the predictive usage. So based on the historical energy usage in the buildings, for example, the machine learning will be able to correlate this data with the average occupants per floor, and it will actually generate a predictive usage required per floor, and also for the entire building. So this insight can also form the basis of targeted energy saving campaigns by floor. So this is a more, to us, this is a more realistic way to set the target, right, for energy saving, because it's actually, we are using the machine learning, right, to look at the historical data and to generate predictions of the usage. So this is useful in terms of help us to get additional insights on how to set the energy saving target for the buildings, and also it can be set by per floor. So not only that, we also have a better predictive, they also allow to have a better predictive modeling, enables the buildings to self-regulate the lighting mode toggles, which enable us to achieve efficient energy consumption. So again, it's not only to show us about the target value, it's not only to help us to calculate a predictive values of the energy consumption per floor. In fact, this system, by using machine learning, it also it also actually able to self-regulate the lighting in the building. So based on, obviously there is a parameter being set in terms of the system will track in terms of how many employee presence in each floor at any time. Basically, people are moving around, right? So at different timing, there's a different number of people in the buildings in different floor. So based on that, the system will be able to self-regulate by itself to switch on and off how many light and for how long, etc. So this is obviously in real time, right? It can actually optimize the energy usage per floor through self-regulations by the machine learning. So the third applications of our machine learning application here is the intelligent work assignment for portering services. So this is also to leverage, even though it's a digital transformation solution, In fact, the principle is we leverage on the lean thinking, which is doing more with less. In this case, we call it doing more with the same number of people through via pattern recognitions and predictions rules. So basically, finding a way to effectively coordinate 100 FTE to consistently close 2,000 jobs a day at varying peak times. So this is achieved through a proprietary platform that predict demand and recommends initiative for optimum supply. So this is some in-house developed solution by our company called UE Track. Okay, so generally the way it works is like this. For example, this is actually the applications in the hospital. So for example, our client is basically the hospital site. So for example, if they request any services, right? So they can enter this request through some kind of web-based form. So this information or this request will automatically assign to the porter. Porter is basically our employee who are working in our frontline worker who are working in the hospital. So the system will actually, based on certain rules, it will actually assign the work to the nearest porter. Then this porter will have to obviously proceed to the location where he or she will need to pick up the patient, right? Again, how fast he moves and how much time it takes him or her to reach that location is also being tracked. There's a mobile-based QR tracking. Then obviously once he or she reach the patients and start to transfer the patients to another location, for example, and all this will be tracked in terms of the timing, how much time it takes to for transfer until the patient arrives to the location. It also will be tracked in the system automatically by itself, and so that the porter can proceed to do the next job based on, again, the auto assignment of the service request by the system. So by doing so, it actually helps to achieve for us to do more with same, meaning that with the same number of porter, with the same number of employee, we are able to deliver more, right? We're able to do more using the same number of employee. So this is only possible by leveraging on this our internal developed smart science, as well as this machine learning with this machine learning functionality. Okay, so besides the digital transformation initiative that has been shared earlier, we also have other initiatives that I'd like to share with you in the next few slides, and this will include some video of what we have done in our company and also to our customer. Okay, so this is I'll show you a short video soon. So you can see that the situation. This is basically, you can see there's a group of people, our frontline worker, in this case our subcontractor, who are they are actually in the process of closing the lane on the highway before they can proceed to do any maintenance. For safety reason, these are some of the standard steps that they need to take, which is to, in this case, they need to install a few signage just to alert the road user that the road will be closed soon for maintenance activities. So let's look at the before improvement video. So as you can see from this video, it requires 2 persons to install one signage, right? So one person had to hold, right? The other person had to tighten. So this is the current way of working, which has been around for the last more than 30 years. Okay. So this is the current method. So it takes about 40 seconds to install one sign. To close a lane, the team will have to install multiple signs. So 2 manpower required per sign. And the key thing is not so much about cost saving here or efficiency. The key here is about safety. So basically, by doing work this way, the exposure to live traffic ETLT is about 200,000 hours per year. So by actually allowing this to happen, right, we are exposing our staff and subcontractor at risk, because the longer time they spend beside the highway to do any of this work, it is more risky because the car, as you can see, the vehicle are still traveling at high speed beside them. So now let's look at the improved way of this method in the next video. So as you can see, in this case, only one person is required to do the work. So obviously, in this case, it takes about 8 seconds per sign, one person required. Most importantly, the ETLT, which is the exposure to live traffic, is 37,000 hours per year. So this is a 80% reduction. So you are basically able to make things safer for our people and for our subcontractors. So again, as you can see here, this is the application of SMAT, right? The single minutes exchange of dice in Lean, right? So this is the application of Lean SMED techniques in this kind of industry, right? So this is actually very interesting. I believe there's many of you are OPEX professional, Lean practitioners. So I think for a lot of the Lean practitioners, one of our favorite tools is SMAC, right? Single minute exchange of dice. So the application of SMAC in factory, in manufacturing environment, I think we can see a lot of example. But to apply SMAC in this kind of industry along the highway, this is probably quite new, right? I think to most of us here. So it's actually very interesting in terms of we also in fact use this video to showcase to many people in our organizations that Lean can be applied, because we are a non-manufacturing company, right? UEM Agenda, we are a non-manufacturing company. So we also want use this video to showcase to people that we can apply Lean to non-manufacturing environment. And this video basically speak by itself, right? So this is so again, many people when they look at this video, they just watch this video, they may think this is easy, right? This is simple. But the thing is, in the last 30 years before we deploy OPEX, before we started Lean program, nobody in the company has able to think about this solution. So we actually started our OPEX and Lean program about 3 years ago. So after we started the program, then we started to see that people apply what they learn in the Lean training or Lean Six Sigma training. In this case, they apply the SMAC approach to immediately deliver some result in terms of safety, and a bit of efficiency, but most importantly here is about safety. Okay, so let me show you a few more video. So again, very simple. This is a very basic kind of a process operations, grass cutting. The types of is also part of the service we provide to our client that manage the highway. So traditionally, this approach is obviously not efficient and etc. We need to know. So now the improved version. Let's see how we do it now through mechanization. Okay, so as you can see, this is the application. We invest in this technology, mechanization, in order to automate the grass cutting process or grass cutting operations. So the beauty of this piece of equipment is not only able to perform the grass cutting, as you can see, it also can it's also multitask. You can also do a cleaning, road cleaning, clean the signage, cut the tree, etc., etc. Right, so this is an example of investing in technology to improve efficiency. Eventually will achieve a cost efficiency in this case. So again, what is the linkage in our company? The interesting part is we actually applying. We have this piece of equipment with us already since the last about 2 years. So we actually apply. We apply Lean Six Sigma. We apply Lean Six Sigma on this equipment. Right, so we apply Lean Six Sigma method, right, to further unlock the capacity of this machine. How do we improve further the efficiency? I mean, it's a high piece of high-tech equipment, but we noticed that there's still some losses, right? OEE losses, right? Overall equipment effectiveness or machine efficiency losses. So we are now currently deploy our CI resources to use a Lean Six Sigma methodology to further improve the efficiency of and utilization of this piece of equipment. So this is an interesting part about how the example of how digital transformation, or in this case, Industry 4.0, work hand in hand with the OPEX, lean manufacturing or Lean Six Sigma. So we actually can apply Lean Six Sigma in Industry 4.0 or digital transformation, right? So it will further unlock the potential of this machine. Okay, so just a few more video before I end the session. This is a automated floor scrubber. Again, traditionally it's done by human. It's very slow process, not very efficient. So now we also have started to deploy this kind of automated scrubber in some of the hospitals. So this is actually a hospital in Singapore, which is also the asset is managed by our company. So as you can see here, the automated scrubber. So which is obviously basically can almost work nearly 24 hours a day, right? Except that it just need to stop for a short duration to do some basic maintenance. Okay, so another example of using RFID for our linen laundry and linen services to improve the productivity. So as you can see that just now there's one of the processes, folding the linen. So currently this is actually being done by a robot. So we already deploy robots. I do not have video here. So in fact, we have invest in the robots that can actually fold the linen by itself. So again, in order to optimize the performance of the robots so that to make sure it actually can do more, we also deploy our own CI, continuous improvement, our black belt, to work on the project on using, for example, design of experiment, etc., right? To actually further optimize the performance of the robot that can do the folding. So this is another example of the application of digital transformation, Industry 4.0 and OPEX. Okay, so just I think this is probably the last video for drone. Okay, so again, this is just an example. It's an early example of a drone. So in fact, we currently explore the usage of the utilization of drone in also the highway maintenance, hospital, etc. So just I think that one of the things I'd like to highlight here is that again, that project, the drone project that currently we have now in the highway and at the hospital is also led by continuous improvement, the black belt and the green belt. Right. So again, I think in a lot of companies that this seems to be two totally different groups of people, right? So the CI resources, black belt, green belt, the OPEX, so these are the people who are the master of Lean and Six Sigma. So digital transformation, mechanization, automations, these are usually is a different groups of people, right? So but in our company, we to a certain extent, we managed to make this happen. So whereby quite a number of these high-profile automation Industry 4.0 digital transformation project. The project leader is actually OPEX background. It's actually have it's a CI black belt and green belt. So obviously they need to be supported by those IT professional, right, or data scientists. But the project leader is CI resources using the DMAIC methodology for all these projects. Okay, so I think I'm running out of time. Just want to quickly run through a few more slides. So we are also currently moving towards apply our predictive maintenance solutions for biomedical equipment maintenance services. So we are actually currently moving towards this to develop this biomedical engineering asset tracking system, so that the system will actually able to allow us to track all the biomedical equipment in the hospital in real time. In terms of the conditions, just keep it simple here. So whenever any of these biomedical equipment in the hospital showing any abnormality symptom, the system will flag to the nearest engineers to do the necessary actions, and it also will allow automated inventory checking to see whether there's any available spare part within our organization's within our company's inventory. And then it will predict the downtime of this equipment, cross-reference to SLA, assign the nearest certified engineers to be deployed to resolve the issues, and in this case, to deploy the loaner units to the hospital. So in this case, it allows, again, cost optimization, because all these biomedical equipments are expensive, very expensive equipment. So we cannot have we cannot have a spare, in this case, the loan unit in every single hospital. So it has to be a shared unit shared by a few hospitals. In the case of whenever if any of these equipment break down, but in order to manage this process efficiently, we need to have developed this kind of leverage on digital transformation that allow us to real-time tracking of the inventory and the conditions of the equipment. So this is currently we are working towards implementing this in all our hospital, 30 over hospital in our country. Then in terms of safety wise, we also in the process of developing this to basically use a leverage on digital transformation to monitor the behavior of the driver. So to ensure that when the driver, in this case, we refer to our employee. So because our operation actually scattered across the entire organization, in the entire country. So we have every day, we have a large number of employees travel along the highway using the company vehicle. So this is a system that can track the vehicle of our company that travel across the highway, and ultimately is actually can enable safe driving behavior, better maintain vehicles and ambulance, and to lower the maintenance cost. So again, digital enabler of people in terms of management of change and all that. So I will not go through all this. I think some of this has been discussed in the last 2 days. So again, just want to highlight here, when we talk about digital transformations, Industry 4.0, etc., many times people always think about technology. People always think that the most important elements is technology. In fact, according to this survey done, right, culture is the most important self-reported barrier to digital transformation. And in fact, it's also for applicable to operational excellence, right? Culture is the most significant factor that become a barrier to both digital transformation and operational excellence. So another similar study also shows that culture is a significant element in digital transformation. And in fact, also, I would say that it's also applicable to operational excellence, right? So the rest of it is just some of the tips and techniques of how to manage change more effectively, which more or less has been shared briefly as well in the last 2 days. So which I will not go through now. So my last slide before I end my session is some of the key learnings and factors for critical success in our organization. So the key learning for us in terms of this digital transformation is that, so number one is early success in demonstrating improved asset condition and employee efficiency via AI and IoT. So to us, it's very important when organizations want to deploy or implement digital transformation. It's very important to be able to show an early success. You need to create some early success story or some quick win so that we are able to make people excited, and also ensure the sponsor will be excited and willing to continue to sponsor on this the initiative. So number two is data is key. Digital transformation, artificial intelligence and all that, it will not work without data, without sufficient data, without data that has a quality, right? So data is key in our organization, in our industry. Asset failure data is crucial, and accuracy of prediction rules and with the right parameters with a large pool of data is also very, very important. And number four, clients and equipment suppliers willingness to share the data, right, works together in the supply chain, right? So the customer, client, etc., to basically work hand in hand, sharing information, right, sharing good information so that it works together to enable the successful deployment of digital transformation. Then number five, articulate clear benefits for employee to modify behavior and change the culture to adopt AI. So the top management of the organizations, and also in fact the senior management and management level of people of the organizations, so need to continually articulate what is the benefit of embracing digital transformation to the employees. So by doing so, we believe that it will soon change the behavior and the culture of the organizations. So one of the example is in my, as I mentioned a few times, in my OPEX team, right? My CI black belt, green belts. So in fact, I have getting them to work to lead the digital transformation projects, right? So this is a bit different than the traditional CI Lean Six Sigma project of process improvement. So in fact, we found out that it's actually equally applicable. We can actually apply, of course, it requires some thinking on this in terms of how do you apply the typical Lean Six Sigma, the MAIC methodology on this project. So the purpose here is, in fact, also we want to also change the mindset of our OPEX, our CI professional, so that they start to move out from their comfort zone. That they are also able to lead the digital transformation or some of these industry 4.0 projects, right? So it's not just about all other employees, but also including the OPEX professional in the company. So number six is to invest early. This is very important. We believe in this. So even though the title of this, the topics of this presentation is cost optimization, and under this kind of COVID-19 pandemic situations, right? I believe many organizations will think that we need to tighten the belt. We need to spend less or not spending on technology or digital transformation. But in our company, we believe in continue investing and spending on digital transformation and technology, even under this current scenario, current situations, right? So, this is one of our learning of our journey. So it's to invest early and nurture your talents. So including the data scientists. So in our company, we have quite a large group of in-house data scientists and the programmers. So who has the ability to develop an in-house digital solution for our client. And finally, it's a continuous journey to educate and change culture in organization to maximize the benefit of AI. So this is also a CI mentality, right? See a continuous improvement, continuously change the culture of the organizations, continuously educate our people to embrace digital transformation. So finally, agenda is currently at an early stage of AI adoption. So even though I have shared a few examples, so I just want to make clear that we are actually at the early stage. Our company, we are just at the early stage of AI adoption. To power our business, we will introduce further IoT and AI capabilities to manage our people, workflow and processes, to deliver better asset outcomes. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Aaron, thanks very much for that very comprehensive presentation here on your capabilities. And I think it's a great examples of how to take advantage of digital transformation. We have time for one quick question before our next speaker. This question comes from Rita Mendez. All the data management and creation of dashboards and management of the system data requirements, is this done in-house or is it outsourced? Or do you work in partnership with a data analytics team provider? So there's a bunch of questions. She's got a lot of questions here. You might want to read that chat box, but that's really the gist of what Rita is asking. Okay,
the simple answer to that is we can do this ourselves. We have our in-house resources, data scientist, programmer. Obviously, on and off, there will be some area we may need to leverage on the expertise of the external resources, but mostly we are able to develop this in-house using our own resources.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And which systems are you working with? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Which systems are you working with? Is it the main data analytics system, or are you using a combination of systems?
Yeah, you say a combination of the system, right? Yeah, just a different combination of system, including the IoT center and all that, right? So the key point is in our company, we believe in technology. We believe in digital transformation. So we are willing to invest in our own people, so that these people are able to develop this system in-house and also for our client.
Okay, thank you.
So I encourage that if anyone, again, I'm not doing any sales here. So in case any of the participants here are interested to know more about the service that we can provide, I think feel free to contact me after this conference.
Certainly. Okay, Aaron, thank you very much for your time and efforts here. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll get our next speaker here all set up and sharing the screen. And while you're doing that, Kirili, I want to reintroduce you from a couple of days ago. Kirili has diverse operations and project background across industries in finance, health, banking, and now she's in energy. She joined Schneider Electric about 5 years ago, building a team of Lean Six Sigma IT development and project professionals to deploy significant change and transformation across the Pacific zone. But last year, she did such a good job. Kirili did move willingly from Sydney, Australia, with her family to Boston to join Schneider Global Team. And this year, she's part of setting up a new function, Global Effectiveness. She's focused on simplifying, standardizing, and automating Schneider's end-to-end processes, operating models, and system. Kirili, welcome. Thanks once again for your time. Look forward to your presentation.
Thanks for that, Clifford. Thanks, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So I guess I wanted to change gears a little bit today and really share with you my story. It's possibly not unique at all, but I think it's one worth sharing, just because with it comes really 3 key insights that I want to make sure that I share as I take you through my personal story. So first and foremost, I actually started my career as a debt collector well over 20 years ago. I was in fact picking up the phone, calling people, getting them to pay their bills. And it was really back in that role that I started to question the why of things. And as technology was rapidly evolving, I actually started to evolve processes to make my job easier. I couldn't understand at that point in time why we were manual in an age of computers when we had the ability to automate. So I changed it. That worked. I continued to challenge what I did, how I did it, every task, every process. What I didn't know was I was actually improving processes, improving my way of working. I guess I had discovered my own personal productivity. This was back in the early 2000s. I came to an understanding at that point. Life can be hard, processes weren't easy, and funnily enough, customers weren't always wrong. So if you think about debt collection, you assume that's your default. Interestingly enough, that's not always the case. I'd stumbled into really being a champion of change. Little did I realize I was beginning my operational excellence journey. From there, I coupled my experience with a toolkit for success. GE had taught me the value of Lean Six Sigma. Government had taught me the value of project management, and banking had taught me the value of change leadership. Fast forward 15 plus years, a bunch of great opportunities in different roles, in different organizations, and many initiatives, projects, and transformations later. I actually find myself in a global role, responsible for what I've been doing my whole career as an individual, as a manager, and of course, as a thought leader, as a critical thinker at scale. Looking back on my career, I had really no idea what I was doing or where it was leading. I didn't have a clear career or pathway into operational excellence. I just knew that I enjoyed helping people, helping business, helping customers make things easier, make life easier. So through this experience, I really developed a toolkit, is what I call it, a toolkit and 3 key learnings. The first key learning, process improvement is achievable in any role, in any function, in any task. Second key learning, leadership and culture is key. And third and most critical learning, which is completely relevant today as always, technology really does only get you so far. Behaviors get you the rest. So today, as I said, I'd like to share how my 3 learnings started Schneider Electric on the journey of operational excellence and how they will accelerate my new mission that I've recently taken on at scale. So just as Cliff mentioned, just over 5 years ago, I joined Schneider Electric, a global specialist in energy management. No, we don't make lifts, nor are we a shipping container company. And despite our name, we're not a German organization. In fact, we're a French organization. We sell over 37 million products and parts in over 100 countries with about 135,000 employees globally. I thought my first role in Australia, looking after the Pacific zone, was going to be simple. It was a real greenfield opportunity. The request was to set up a framework, people, process, and operating model focused on our corporate strategy of simplify. The goal, of course, reduce cost so that we can reinvest 1/3 of that cost back into our growth initiatives. Oh, and the other surprise I received on arrival was don't forget to innovate. So easy, right? I'm actually not so sure. For any of you out there that have worked in a matrix organization, possibly a challenge at hand. So look, like many organizations, we've got marketing, sales, customer care, finance, HR, and other management support functions, for us better known as the front office. What I didn't know at the time of joining Schneider was we were very well advanced in Lean Six Sigma in the back office, in the supply chain manufacturing, but we hadn't fully appreciated these toolkits in the front office. In other words, we really didn't know that these tools were applicable. So this was my opportunity, create the awareness, the culture, change the game. So within days of starting, my first project was handed me from the global organization called Marketing Simplification. I took this as my chance. The objective, simplify our local processes to integrate into a global marketing operating model and reduce our headcount by 30%. For the local executive team, this was seen as a simple cost-cutting exercise. We'll just have to review the marketing team and decide who goes. How do we do the same with less? Of course, no. From my perspective, how do we do less with less? For me, this was classic Lean. This was an end-to-end, top-to-bottom process and operating model transformation. Not that I really knew anything about marketing beyond the books of my marketing MBA subject, by the way. So I was lucky to have a few key marketing leaders aligned to support me start our front office on a new journey, a Lean project for marketing. I was standing in our zone president's office late on a Friday afternoon, and I remember him saying how big a task this was and how could we possibly achieve the global target. I remember saying, I will always suggest we take employees on a journey of change. Let them share their pain points, and together we can work towards designing the new ways of working. I have yet to do a project where the outcome doesn't look like the objective, or at least close to it. I explained my approach using the Lean Six Sigma toolkit, that this would give us the data that we needed to show global if the 30% target reduction given to us was realistic or not. This is where my first learning comes in. Process improvement is absolutely achievable in any role, in any function, in any task. And it doesn't have to take 12 months, by the way. We do have lean agile, right? I still remember one of the business VPs saying to me, I understand lean in manufacturing, but how are you going to make it applicable in the front office, let alone in marketing? I was like, okay, can I show you? Can I work with your team on this project? He said, sure, pointed me to his marketing leader and said, it's not going to work. I started with my process of discovery. I really open up Pandora's box and I step in. I sit in the mess and chaos that is the company. I work with the teams to understand their pain points and unravel the complexity. I walk in their shoes. I spend a real day in their life. It really is like peeling the onion. Whilst I started within marketing, I soon found myself unraveling processes in customer care, technical support, warranty claims and repair. Marketing was in all of these processes, duplicating, reworking, and band-aiding issues. But what a way to learn an entire organization, by the way, through the lens of marketing, understanding our offers, understanding what it is that we are driving with our customers. GE taught me data drives decisions, and Schneider Electric, it's no different. In fact, more so in a company built on engineers. It was at the end of this diagnostic phase and the insights brought about by data and Minitab, where I was giving voice to what the product managers and marketing folk have been trying to tell management for years. The root cause, I need clarity of role and responsibility. We need process owners and accountability. We need visibility when things go right, not just when they go wrong. Oh, and by the way, just like me all those years ago, the teams as a collective were really passionate about improving the process, designing a new operating model and a way of working with the global teams and local teams to really achieve more for our customers and experience a better day at work. Now, you all know that this wouldn't have been a clear sailing project. It wouldn't have been easy. I had absolutely the same issues many of us face. That one stakeholder that says, no way, this isn't going to work. The other stakeholder that chooses those go, no go, steerco committees to relitigate all of that data and all of those solutions that address the root causes and try and make change, revert to the old. Those that say there's nothing wrong with what I do, it's everyone else's fault. We've all heard it, right? There's I'm not absolutely here to pretend that there's a silver bullet for this. Honestly, I'm pragmatic, I'm practical. I pull out whichever tool is in my toolkit really to deal with it at that point in time. So by the end of this project, we had core processes, interface processes, all documented, clear standing operating procedures, clear accountable roles and responsibilities. From here, a number of new lean initiatives were born, a way for those involved in this initial project to start to continuously improve across those other arenas, customer care, technical support, etc. I was thankful for the zone president and the supporters who took that first leap of faith with me. Lean, and more precisely, walking in a day in the life, had quickly become the new way of how we were transforming our processes, our teams, and our organization. So I'd learned by now the leaders who were supportive of what I was trying to achieve and the teams and cultures that they led. It's true that leaders who were not really on board had followers who were not interested and saw nothing in it for them. A culture where change and improvement were a threat, not at all an opportunity. Where the old ways continue, this is the way we've always done things and it works. Don't fix something if it's not broken, right? If I have a problem, I'll just add another person. More people are always the answer, right? How many of you guys have heard that? Conversely, I'd learned which leaders and teams were ready to embrace the possibility of operational excellence, process excellence, accelerated digital change. I started to develop what we would call the Innovation Council, really starting small. In my approach, try to find a way to link what we're trying to achieve with a team's subculture, with how people naturally work. If you can find this link, you're absolutely already halfway there. I discovered people and teams that were open, friendly, willing for the new, crying out for simplicity, digitally savvy. We had a history of acquisitions and process complexity, and people had a passion to drive change. They just needed a way to be heard and empowered to enable the change. I would start here and worry about those naysayers that didn't believe in it a little bit later. We already had at this point an internal social media type platform that I could use to get started. All I needed to do was hook into it, leaning on those that had been part of my projects to date, making new connections, creating the connections between employees, getting the buy-in, starting the movement. Those early adopters and even our graduates putting in their ideas, working on their initiatives in teams of experts, where I could pull through people from my organization to help with a toolkit for effective execution. Little did they know they were learning lean tools, cultural change tools. So enter ideas on our intranet, an application that employees could be empowered to make their roles, their customer processes simple. Given these tools, employees really could be superheroes for other employees and their customers. Superheroes was our theme and cultural aspiration, and I was going to make the most of it, brand it, implement it. So using our leadership conference as a platform for launch, we would go. As I mentioned, I try and live in the culture at every level, understand how we work, find the gaps, understand where I can guide the business to a better place. Our customers and employees were telling us we were not easy to do business with. Our cost to do business was high, the highest of our global Schneider Electric peers. In fact, even the highest amongst some of our global competitors. Leaders need to lead from the front. So I created a network map of linked champions across the business, a framework to support projects, and defined what success would look like. Employees need results. So I started training those basic lean and innovation principles, started with small ideas, developed the momentum, and communicated often. A few hundred followers, a number of initiatives implemented, and innovation was well underway. Our employees' opportunity to dream, create, and innovate. I wanted to take this to the next level, and I'd been introduced to one of our business marketing managers who in her spare time also happened to be a hackathon expert. So with our first hackathon complete, it was time to get coverage, a national innovation roadshow and hackathon series. The leaders were seeing results and they wanted in. We had reached the tipping point. I had created pockets of connected employees talking about how to improve, linking customer problems with our ambitions to improve and stay ahead of our competition. Of course, not all ideas were successful. But we learnt and we continue to iterate, pivot, and change. Innovation done? Of course not. But we had grown enough. We'd been successful enough to continue the momentum with a dedicated resource to lead. Time for me to continue to build the momentum on those lean transformations I was talking about earlier. So the naysayers I talked about, look, I'm not going to lie, they are absolutely still here in pockets, but they are absolutely reducing. They are getting less and less. The more we fail fast, rebound, and focus on iterations of success, the more resilient we become. So it is still a work in progress. The influence leaders have on the success of innovation, process improvement, or transformational change is incredible. It's not lost at all on me, but I work with the champions, the early adopters, the backers from way back at the beginning of my journey with Schneider, the connected network of people that are driving community improvement across our organization. And I continue to work with those who are still not quite on this journey, show that transformational change is possible with lean, change, and connected and collaborative employees. Leadership and culture is key. Strong leaders engage strong teams, enabling sustainable change. So throughout my years at Schneider, one thing has remained consistent. We are always trying the latest thing, believing firmly that technology will keep us relevant, competitive, and sustainable, now more than ever. Many of my team's projects have relied on technology in one way, shape, or form to solve a process problem. The best part of this is the leadership team to be at the front, ensuring we're staying ahead of our competition and drive solutions that continue to meet the changing market landscape. Before we do, we absolutely need to connect the two things. We need to simplify before we digitize. So this leads me to my third and last key career learning. Technology only gets you so far. Behaviors get you the rest. So our organization globally, and certainly many teams locally across our regions, have been working towards customer journey mapping every one of our customer personas, identifying their key pain points and areas of significant customer impact. Today, I'd like to introduce you to Dana, the distributor, one of our key customer personas. Dana sells many of our products that you may know here in the US under the brands of Square D with circuit breakers, or APC with UPS, for example. Or back home for me in Australia, it was Clipsal with power sockets and light switches, to name a few. In my example, Dana wants a commercial return process that's simple and easy when she needs it, a fast response and approval time so that she can get on with her business. Conversely, Schneider wants a reduction in commercial returns. There is a significant number of manual processes, rework, things that can go wrong with many touch points and many teams involved. So the solution for this one seemed easy: digital commercial returns, an online portal that empowers Dana, the distributor, to process her own returns, reducing the inconsistent manual process, making it easier for Dana and Schneider to do business. Win-win, right? Not quite. For me, this is also a story of end-to-end process understanding. Why does Dana need to process a return on her product at all? There's nothing wrong with the product. She just hasn't sold it yet. Whilst this was very clearly earmarked as a technology project, it didn't mean I couldn't complement with a process deep dive to engage in an agile, lean exercise, if you will, some co-creation, co-understanding with our customer. This enabled us to really identify not just the tasks, but the behaviors that were driving the tasks that were driving the process. If we had have just focused on implementing a technology solution without actually understanding the why or understanding what was the real problem we were trying to solve, we would have only fixed half the problem. We would have only fixed the symptoms. We would have completely missed our opportunity to help Dana and the buying ecosystem opportunities around her. By giving Dana some insights as to her buying and returns behavior, she could proactively adjust her stockpile. She realized that she could reduce the amount of stock on hand in the first place. She could reduce the need for her commercial returns. Additionally, within her buying group across the distributor network in her organization, she could in fact also redistribute stock across her peers without the need for us involving us at all. So a solution that really gives transparency to help Dana with the buying behavior and a technical solution when this was needed, that's what we saw as a win-win. I've learned that behaviors really drive process, not just a series of tasks. For any of you that are on the current robotic process automation journey, will absolutely be well aware of the human technology interface and the things we miss as we're building. But by understanding this and coupling it with behavioral change, with process and technology change, you are able to truly deliver a sustainable end-to-end solution. It's now more than ever that my last learning really is critical. Technology only gets you so far. Behaviors get you the rest. Behaviors change the game. In each case for digital change, we simplify, we optimize before we digitize. At Schneider, it started with a lean marketing project in Australia and New Zealand that gave me a lead into continuous improvement in the Innovation Council, all linked to our company culture that I could influence with simplification. I'm really genuinely just someone that stumbled through a career helping one person, one business to the next, leading me to here, a global role accelerating our mission of effectiveness, accelerating our mission of operational excellence, accelerating our mission of digital transformation that makes a difference. Even with all of this, operational excellence is not only a science, it is an art. The art is absolutely with the people. You need to understand the people, work with the experts. You need to be on the ground, albeit virtually these days. I see no change. Experience what they do, walk a day in their life, and then work with them to enhance, make it better, make it easier. The keys really are with our people. Tapping into that is what gets us there, understanding the behaviors that drive the process to drive the technology. I'm a partner to the business to solve problems they didn't know they had, listening to the voice of customer and employee to drive end-to-end process improvement and operating model transformation. So what's next on our operational excellence journey? What's changed or altered in light of these particularly unprecedented times? Look, for me, I think it's the intensity. Operational excellence is more important now than ever. If anything, I believe we are absolutely at the front and center to succeed as we continue to transform these processes for our customers, for our employees, complemented with technologies that keep us consistently ahead of the competition, founded by these three learnings that I've shared with you today. For me, that is all, and I am absolutely open to any questions that you might have, but that's my story. And that's what I bring now to the global team.
Really, thank you so much for a very powerful presentation, great messages there on how to do transformation. Looking forward to any questions that anyone might have. Feel free to go live with your voice to ask them. And Kirili, while we're waiting, one thought for you.
Sure.
You have this growing organization now under your leadership. Your plans here for 2021 and beyond, are there any specific initiatives that are important to Schneider, and you might feel that might be something to might be important to everybody else?
Yeah, look, absolutely. One of the things for sure going into 2021 is the intersect now with an increasingly intense, I guess, digital landscape, right? So I think more and more of our regions are at varying levels of maturity as it talks to, you know, what it means to be digital. But obviously COVID has accelerated, the pandemic has absolutely accelerated that. So for some regions that haven't necessarily been ready, we're really at the cusp of taking advantage of now accelerating their maturities across some of those other regions that perhaps aren't quite as mature as our, say, Australia, New Zealand, or even here in North America. So probably for 2021, if I think about it, it's now creating the interlock between accelerating that digital experience for our customer as it connects into the customer's journey. So what their experience of doing business with Schneider is like, and then what is at the intersect of the customer's journey to our business processes that we also need to really catch up, if you like, right? So what I mean by catch up in its level of maturity, catch up in its level of automation, catch up with the expectations that it intersects for the customer experience. So for us, we're really taking a good line of sight to that for 2021 and beyond to make sure that we've really got a cohesive, if I can call it front to back, so front digital interface, customer experience, and back into our business processes.
Hi, Kirill.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Hi. So thank you for a very, very inspiring presentation. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that you use the Lean and Lean Six Sigma methods to drive this through. Was it enough that you had those skills and knowledge, or did you have to train them to others so that they could carry out? So how much training for these methods you needed to give to the organization?
Yeah, no, very good question. So for me, you know, we always absolutely have to take people on a project journey. We have to include subject matter experts. That becomes the makeup of your core project team. So as you go through the process, you are naturally coaching them on the particular tools that you're using. So I still use the standard framework of lean methodology. So, you know, diagnostic, understanding what the problem is, how big the problem is, getting to sizing it, root cause of it, solutions, right? So you naturally take people through that journey so they can learn what the toolkit is. I use it in a very modular form because business people at the end of the day are there to do business, and we do need to you know, I need to draw the balance between people doing business and being a subject matter expert versus the intensity that, say, a Lean Six Sigma professional might have in terms of their expertise. So for me, I make it quite modular and quite practical. So they learn the tools to solve the problem versus necessarily being the intensity. And it's great, right? Because then they can take those tools to continue on their own personal improvement journey.
Okay, and can I ask how long has this been going on? You said it's still ongoing.
Yeah, so like I said, I kicked off when I first joined Schneider Electric, Lean Six Sigma from a front office perspective. So like I said, applicable sales, marketing, all the commercial type operations was very new. So I kicked that off in the Pacific Zone 5 years ago and have slowly been kind of growing out. We had if you like, pockets of that then growing regionally across the world. Last year, we started, I guess, bringing a more cohesive program into play across Europe. And this year, in this new role, we're really bringing it to accelerate it globally. So we've had it, I guess, in fragmented pockets. What we're now bringing together is all of those fragmented pockets in a working network community, and then really focusing on our end-to-end to drive really that next step up of change for the organization as a whole.
Thank you.
Great. I have one question from Howard. Any insights on how you convince the organization to be okay with failing fast, with the failing fast parts of the process in order to do process improvement as well as the technology deployments? And he notes that large scale, I find, fosters the need to get it right to a large extent right up front. So how do you balance that failing fast versus needing to get it right quickly?
I'm going to give an honest answer, not necessarily the right answer. I think it a little bit comes down to how you manage your stakeholders. So if I think about when we first introduced, we decided we had a really good use case for robotic process automation, for example. And we said to the management team, we've got this, it's going to be great. We picked, absolutely, like most people, brand new to the technology, brand new to what we thought it could do. We picked the wrong process, to be honest with you. And it took way longer than we anticipated to, I guess, deliver. Because if you think about a stakeholder, they're really, the expectation that they have is the outcome. So for us, it really just became a management of then that stakeholder situation as to the outcome that they were looking for. So I think part of it is to make sure that, you know, you stay transparent to to what's happening. So for us, honestly, it took 12 months, and this, you know, our sponsor expected it to take 6. You know, that was the whole by design thinking. Why did it take 12? To your point, because we failed a lot of times in between that. And we had to fail and bounce back and restart and redo. I think simultaneously, the only way I guess we got away with it to some extent is by still rapidly deploying process improvement aspects that still made some changes along the way. So very much more of an agile practice, if you like, because we were still able to implement small change that made a little bit of difference versus it took us longer to make a big change that made a big amount of difference. Does that make sense?
Well, it does to me. Thank you so much for, yeah, it really can be quite tricky when you start something new, and there's so many unknowns sometimes that you effectively double the anticipated time. And that's happened to me many, many times in my career. So thanks for your honesty there. I want to make sure, did Linda ask her question verbally, or do we need to talk about setting up an effective, excuse me, champion network? Just want to confirm we got that question taken care of. Looks like, so why don't I just ask this again? You can correct me if you've already answered this, Kriti.
Yeah.
So how do you set up an effective champion network? What key steps did you take to activate the champion network you talked about in your presentation?
Excellent question. To be honest, so there was 2 things. So first I talked about the marketing project. So through that very initial marketing project, I created some connected people that understood, you know, I guess the power of doing a lean project, right? The power of improving through using some of these tools. So I leveraged those people as my foundation to grow from that aspect. So in terms of creating a champion network, I ultimately asked them if they would be a champion to their business, and if they could help me with my communications plan to ultimately spread the word using, like I mentioned, our internal, we had an internal sort of social media type platform, right? So that was the first sort of foundations. The second foundation that I used was our graduates. So every year we do an intake of graduates under our graduate program. So they're always a great network of eager, energetic, absolutely wanting to see and be part of change. So they were the sort of secondary source, if you like, beyond that. So really creating them and adding them into my ultimately social network to again grow out from there, because grads are really, well, in our case, we're actually accelerated it quite a lot because for us, they do rotations every 6 months. So every 6 months, you've got a new influx of a growing network. And the grads for us are, again, also become a global network. So it gave us leverage to grow outward as well as inside of. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, I think that's probably all the time we have for questions and so forth. So I think we all really want to thank you very deeply for being here today and giving us what I've seen in a number of comments, a brilliant presentation, really. So thank you so much for your time and attention to this, and really enjoyed it. So hope that anybody who has any further questions, we can contact Kirili directly.
Yes, absolutely. No problem. Thanks everyone for having me.
And thank you again. Okay, it looks like we're at the point where we need to take a small virtual break. And let's take about 5 minutes. And when we get back, we will be in a panel discussion for best practices for sustainable improvement. So we'll see you in about 5 minutes, everybody.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started now. We have a panel discussion here, and we've got a couple of very notable speakers. And I'd like to go through a quick introduction. Actually, it might be better to let's make sure that everybody's on and ready to go here. Okay, so I need to have.
Hi, Anirvan and Vera. Would you like to unmute yourselves to introduce yourselves?
There's Anirvan.
Good. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is
Hello,
Vera Verdry. Can everyone hear me okay? Cliff, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, Vera. Thanks.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hi, this
Go
is
ahead.
Anirvan. I just checking my video and audio. Are you guys able to hear me?
Can certainly hear you now. Very, very well. Anirvan.
All right. You seem to be in a virtual herbarium or whatever that's called, right?
I know. When I switch over to Zoom, I've got my favorite room in my grandmother's house here. So, hello, Vera. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? I've got the sunlight here, so
That's all right. Let the sunshine in.
hopefully you can see me okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Hi, Vera.
What I'd like to do is maybe have both of you introduce yourselves, and then I, as moderator to this panel session, we'll just have a nice conversation about any number of the issues that have been listed in our agenda, and we'll just see what you guys have to say, and we'll. After that, we will respond to any questions that our audience might have. Okay.
Perfect. All right. So I'll go first. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Vera Verdry, and I served as a Director of Operational Excellence for Baker Hughes. I was with Baker Hughes for about 12 years. And in that role, I worked with my team to really solve some of our most technical problems. So it wasn't just the processes, but it was also looking at our core assets and how do we solve those challenging problems from a technical perspective as well to increase our efficiency. So from there, I decided to utilize my skills and experience in academia. So I now serve as a professor for a local university here in Houston. So that's me.
Yes, the great Lone Star College, which
yes.
I lived close to for many years.
Absolutely.
Yes, indeed. Arnavan,
Great
please
school.
introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Cliff. So my background essentially sort of two parts. I led a corporate life for close to 20 years. I used to work with General Electric in different businesses. So we have a connection there, Vera. Baker Hughes used to be owned by General Electric, yes.
That's right.
And
for a little while.
Absolutely. And the other thing, of course, is I was with General Electric till 2012. And I've done literally starting all the way back from white belts, green belts, black belts, master black belts. And, so I've done the entire sort of Six Sigma, Lean Six Sigma journey. And then end of 2012, I hung up my boot, started my own consulting called Fifth Chrome. And we focus on business strategy, including mergers and acquisitions, and recently, last couple of years, into digital transformation. I've worked across the globe. I've worked in Asia, in Europe, but also spent a considerable amount of time in the US, China, Middle East, and Africa. and some time in Brazil. So, it gives me a good wide coverage. Last couple of years, I've been involved in business strategy primarily because a lot of times what I used to find is when people talk about transformation needs to start always at a strategy level and then kind of cascade across the organization. The problem is it always gets lost in translation. And that's where a lot of the organizations start facing problem. It is becoming a lot more acute now as we get into the digital age, and we already have the 4G, which kind of changed our lives in a big way. And now we've got the 5G, and I don't know what's in store for us. So that's a bit of me. I'm currently based in Amsterdam, which is in Netherlands, not the Amsterdam in the US, but the one in Europe. So, and happy to join you from there.
Yes.
Awesome.
Well, that's great. I'm delighted to be able to talk to you here this morning. Let's frame our discussion here. And if I could perhaps get a quick operational definition for both of you on what does sustainable improvement really mean to you in your space? We'll start with you, Anirvan.
Sure. I think there are two parts to the word sustainable, and I'm not talking about the anthology of sustainability, but what I'm saying is sustainable. One is continuous. The other one is that impacts, that has a social impact, right? So, which is why there is the whole UN development. So I'll park that part of the sustainability, on the side. Not that it's not important, but for the view of continuous improvement, I want to sort of stay more focused on there, because the entire sustainability SDG is a completely different one. When it comes to sustainable continuous improvement and sustainable operation excellence, there are two parts to it. Okay, it cannot be ticking the box, right? Just because I have a team of 10, 20 practitioners, I have to give them jobs, and therefore, that makes me sustainable. That's absolutely the wrong answer. One of the best definitions I've seen is from Theory of Constraints, and essentially, some of you may be familiar. That was Eli Goldratt, who was the father of Theory of Constraints. He wrote the book called The Goal, and what his definition was, the strength of a chain is dictated by its weakest link. So if a chain has 5 nodes, you target the weakest node, you handle that, and and then you make the changes there. What happens is, let's say the 5 nodes are A to C, or sorry, A, B, C, D, E, and let's say C was the one that you change. Next time around, it's probably B that has now become the weakest link. Okay, so by doing this, you automatically start creating a machine that will start feeding you the next weakling, and that's where you get continuous improvement. So that would be what my definition I would go with for sustainable.
Yeah, I love that. And I would just add to that, when I think about sustainability in my position as when I was Director of Operational Excellence, I looked at it from the perspective of what types of problems can we solve that once we solve them, we no longer have those issues. So that was one way, especially when it came to some of the technical problems that we had. How do we, go in with the mindset that we're not going to just put a Band-Aid on this and it's going to be a short-term solution, but it's going to be one that's long-term, so that we would reap the benefits from it and we won't be going back and spending more money, increasing our costs and having to solve it again. The other kind of way that I'm thinking about this is when we went in and did a lot of our projects, to your point, Arnavan, we also were able to continuously improve because those projects gave more ideas and it gave more opportunities for us to identify those areas where we needed to improve on. So yes, to your point of continuous improvement, we were sustainable in finding opportunities that would allow us to increase our efficiency, improve our cost or reduce our cost. And so those are kind of the two aspects that I think about when we talk about sustainability.
I just want everybody to know that we're doing this ad hoc. There are no pre-prepared answers to my questions. So I just want to congratulate both of you. You're obviously right on the cutting edge and just have all of this on the tip of your tongue. Fantastic answers. Appreciate that. Vera.
Excellent. So in fact, just to build, in case there is no format, then I would like to kind of build and compare and contrast what Vera just said, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And again, I love having these good dialogue with, positive conflicts here. Two things. One is you talked about long-term sustainability, and the other one you talked about ideas, right? So I think that those both are very important. The challenge we have is now what we call long-term has changed. In the last 2 years, how many times have you changed applications on your phone? Okay. You have started using more and more applications, more and more digital stuff, and that's coming at a pace which was very different from back in the 90s or early 2000s, where long term meant 5 years, 7 years, right? Long term now is next 12 to 18 months. Okay, so that's where the sustainability has to also mean that it needs to keep pace with the changes that's taking place in and around us in the business world, right? Having said that, I'm not saying there are certain industries, like for example, oil and gas, where some of the capital expenditures take a long time, and therefore you look at some of the longer term, which is on a calendar long. The second one is when you start getting ideas. So you need to definitely have culture of experiments and culture of ideas being coming in, culture of innovation. But what becomes critical is that you can't put your money behind all of those. You need to look at where do we focus, and that's again back to the theory of constraints, which is your weakest link. That's where you need to focus. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely a good point, and I think that you certainly have to be strategic around what ideas are you going to implement, because to your point, when you implement an idea, it could become obsolete, within 3 months, 6 months, because the pace is changing so rapidly right now. And in the oil and gas industry, I mean, you do have opportunities where that long-term, looks fairly different than, say, the media industry or the industry with cell phones and how that changes rapidly. So yes, you do have to think about what that long-term looks like for you and your organization in order to be successful in terms of, having that sustainability.
Great. Well, I want to try and hit the marks for what we've listed here for this discussion. So let's start with the very first one. Vera, we'll start with you. How do you recommend harnessing the best thinking for teams and teams that you've led in the past?
Yeah, so a couple of things that come to mind when we think about or talk about, harnessing the thinking of teams. And, the way that we did that is we identified opportunities to build teams that were specific to solving specific problems, and really leveraging the talent within the organization to be able to put them in positions where they had those opportunities to think critically and see what our problems are, and raise those concerns and have that voice. And I think Curly mentioned that earlier, is how do you really leverage your talent in the organization and give them the platform to to be able to share their thoughts and ideas around process improvement within the organization. So I think really for us, it's to, develop that, have that platform that's available for your talent to be able to harness their ability to think about those things.
Can I just add one thing?
Yep.
A safe environment to venture ideas.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Penalty for having an idea that might be off center, any idea is appreciated and say actively thought about for possibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we, that we did, and I think is a great idea, is creating this career path for those individuals. You give them this safe place. They're coming up with these great ideas. You're harnessing their thinking, but where's the reward in all of that? And so one of the things that I think is also good is to, develop a career path. And that's exactly what we did. Is, it wasn't that traditional career path that you would ordinarily see for someone who's technical or someone who's in operations, but someone who is, does root cause analysis, as an example. Where do you go from here as you're solving all of as you're helping to solve some of our technical problems? So I think that also was very important for people to just be motivated to see that there is a path for them within the organization to develop their skill sets of their power of thinking critically to solve problems.
Anirban?
Yeah, I have, I have two variations to that answer. First of all, is your company still a 20th century company or a 21st century company, right? And that's where, if your company is truly a 21st century company in the 2020s, you need to think very, very radically different, right? And again, this is something, so as I mentioned, in my previous avatar, when I was part of corporate, I led a corporate life where, continuous improvement and, having a culture of openness and all of that stuff was going on. But that started back in the 20th century. We're now at the cusp of the 21st, the second decade, actually the third decade of the 21st century, like 2020s, right? Here, it is a very different ball game, right? So first one is that if you talk about openness and if you talk about innovation cannot happen in onesies and twosies, even in dozens. Just to give you an example, booking.com, which is one of the, a digital company that a lot of us recognize, they conduct 1,000 experiments every single month, 1,000 experiments, right? It's a different scale. You cannot be an innovative company in the 2020s if you just take 10 or 20 or 30 experiments. So the scale is very different. Now, having said that, I also understand that, let's say, if you're an electricity distribution company or if you are a pharmaceutical company, your experiments may have some restrictions because FDA approval, all of that stuff in the pharmaceutical. But if you are not, then you have a chance. And for that, I agree with the openness, but what is important is not just safety, but you also must allow people to take and talk about big swings, okay? It is not about just being safe. It is also about, hey, do I have the courage and the openness and the ability to discuss an idea? Just to give you an example, Amazon, right? Everybody knows about Amazon. Amazon Prime happened because Amazon fosters the idea of experiment, right? Think of it this way. Amazon, somebody says, hey, why can't you think of an idea where you get next day delivery, right? And somebody would come in and says, hey, DHL already does that, or FedEx already does that. What's new? Okay. If they had killed the Prime idea for Amazon, the world would have been a different place. But Amazon Prime today is one of the cornerstones on Amazon. So that's what I would say is what needs to change in the way we think as an organization. It's transformation. It's not a binary change or an incremental change. It is a transformation. It's a journey.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that, when we talk about thinking of your teams, you're right. It's how do you cultivate the right mindset to be able to, first of all, have teams that are thinking the way that you want them to think in order to have that sustainable improvement that you're looking for and to be successful in that. So that is absolutely the case. And I think with that, you can certainly leverage some of your training and development functions, as an example, in your organization, to develop that curriculum that will enable you to, develop the teams, the people in the teams that already have that aptitude, but now you're developing that mindset. So very good point.
Yeah, and I'd like to build on that, where you raised a very, very important point, which is learning and development and education, right? If you look at any of the top leaders, business leaders, Bill Gates or any of the other guys, the amount of reading they do, the amount of skilling they do on a regular basis is huge. Compared to an average corporate guy. They probably get a training once in 2 to 3 years. Okay. Where does that leave with respect to skill development, especially in the age that we're living in? We need to start inculcating not just the skilling, the reading. It has to be done in a cohesive, comprehensive manner, wherein you start building that culture. Because again, sustainable goals. You need to make sure that your people are skilled. This is the topic for my next, for my speech, which is blockchain. How many of people here who are participating understand the power of blockchain? Right. Most of them don't, right? How many of people understand the actual power of deep learning in AI? Most of the people don't, right? And how do you expect your teams to be able to continuously, in a sustainable way, keep up making changes in your organization?
Yeah. And I, and that's a good point, because I'm sorry, I know that we probably need to get off this topic, and there's a couple of more bullet points there.
You guys are naturally and just organically rolling through these bullets that we have here. We've already talked about building lasting employee capacity to proactively solve problems, and you're already starting to talk about a culture of continuous innovation and improvement. So go right ahead.
Yeah. So because I think, leveraging that training and development piece, that's also very critical, like you mentioned, and we have to think differently around what that looks like. And so one of the things that I thought was really great with GE is partnering with and Baker Hughes, partnering with C3AI. And one of the things that C3AI mentioned was that they provide education around blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning for all of their employees, and through Coursera. And so now that education is going to look so different because of the pace in which we are changing, because of the pace in which we need to operate. It is so much faster now. We have to find innovative and creative ways to keep our people trained and developed so that they can continuously learn about these things. And like you said, again, it points to that sustainability, being able to have that sustainable improvement.
Okay. So we'll move towards the conclusion of our discussion here by this question. If you can carefully consider, and we'll start again with you, Vera, since you've got the big screen. How do you maintain momentum through the right measurements and rewards?
Yeah. So, one of the things that I found that worked really well, and I mentioned it earlier in terms of rewards, is, what rewards are going to keep people motivated to, be involved in continuous improvement projects, be involved in those initiatives. So I think just those rewards around seeing their idea, as an example, being implemented, or giving them the opportunity to be a part of the teams that will implement those ideas. It's really tricky for me, and I certainly would welcome anyone to chime in that's on the call as well, because, we always think about, when we talk about rewards, we think, monetary rewards and how do we incentivize people, but how do we sort of get away from that and just really have individuals that want to be a part of these initiatives, right? And so what do those rewards look like? And one of them is getting them involved and seeing their ideas being implemented. The right measurements, certainly for us, it was one was financial. And I think that's one of the basic ways of gaining the momentum, where the organization sees the impact that your operational excellence projects are giving in terms of increase in revenue or decrease in cost savings. But I do think that, you know, when we kind of dig a little deeper into what the right measurements are, you know, certainly financial is one of them, but then also looking at how many projects are we actually being able to have and to implement, and looking at that number as well, and seeing, you know, how we are improving on our processes or improving on our technical products. You know, what are some of those, you know, how many projects are we able to deliver on an annual basis?
Yes, on Wednesday, that was called Managing the Flow and Not the Flood.
Yeah, yeah. So those two, I think, for me is very important in terms of maintaining the right momentum.
Excellent. Arnold.
I have a very different, radical approach to it, right? That's
Love
me.
it.
You know? And again, the reason for that for me is because, again, corporate life, entrepreneurial life, right? I see life very, very differently from what I used to see, right? First of all, break the wall, okay? You know, if you try and put performance measurements up front, it doesn't work. Amazon Prime wouldn't have been there if they tried to say, oh, let's put a KPI to measure, okay? If you're trying to create continuous sustainable improvements, continuous improvement, you need to first think, what is the way that I'm going to innovate first, okay? And then look at, okay, now once I've experimented enough that I understand what's going to be the impact, that's when the performance measurement comes in, not the other way. If you try to do it the other way, your performance improvements are always going to be marginal and not transformational. The second one is when it comes to rewards. If you go and do an employee survey, majority of the employees, the first thing is never about money. The first thing is always about the richness of their job, the job content, right? And it is us as leaders, we need to ensure how do we enrich, which means the reward mechanism has to change radically as well, which means that we need to start looking at non-financial ways of rewarding. How do you, so you are open, you've created an open environment, but how do you foster the culture of innovation? How do you reward people of breaking the shackles and start thinking outside the box most of the time? Now, having said that, I'm not saying that you should not, or you may not need to do the routine stuff. There is compliance, there's regulation, you still need to do those things, right? But on the other side, if you're really thinking about creating organization for the next decade coming in with the continuous improvement, sustainable improvement, you need to think of employee motivation very differently than what you did in the past.
Okay, great answers.
Absolutely.
I know we've got just trying to get caught up a little bit back on schedule because we are a little bit off, but I do have one very important question from our participants. Heather asks, one of the biggest challenges to create a culture of continuous improvement is competing priorities, especially now with COVID and the BAW or BAU demands it has placed on certain business areas such as IT. How have you seen companies overcome this to continue to innovate and improve?
Vera, you want to speak first? I'll give a radical answer to that again.
Yeah, so. Give the radical and then I'll give the non-radical answer.
Right. So, okay, Heather, great question. Especially in times like this, right? What you'll find is the answer most of the time do not lie within your own organization. If you're struggling with competing priorities, the answer lies outside. Look at the way digital companies are actually expanding, okay? A lot of the answers that you're looking for, you should look for digital companies, you should look into pharmaceutical companies, into FMCG. There you'll get your answer, you know, at a macro level. Really on a day-to-day basis, I mean, this is something, and I've been in the industry for close to 30 years now, right? One of the things that I've seen is if it doesn't come from the top, it ain't happening, right? It is as simple as that. If your bosses cannot get aligned on what's the priority, you can keep, running around the globe, till the cows come home, whatever it is not going to happen. You will struggle. So that's the long and short answer. Now, there is a technical way of doing it, and that's, again, strength of the chain is dictated by its weakest link, theory of constraints.
That's not so radical. I actually agree with both of those. And certainly I'd like to emphasize the fact that if you do not have support from the top, then you will not see those companies overcome those competing priorities. It is imperative when you look at continuous improvement initiatives that you get the buy-in from executive leaders and senior leaders in the company. Otherwise, it will not work.
And quickly, Vera, because there was another question similar to what you just said from Carlos. How do you influence and encourage that culture of innovation in that middle management to senior leadership?
Yeah. So again, when middle management sees that senior leadership is on board and they support those initiatives, I think you will start to, that influences that culture. And once you have that, then you're able to, really get the buy-in from middle management perspective to get involved, to, for example, how do you, make sure that you have the resources from a people perspective? So when you're in middle management, you've got a manufacturing supervisor who has to get, widgets out at a certain time, and they're, looking at, the financial aspect, but yet you want somebody to give up some of their resources and time to solve a technical problem or to be a part of this, initiative. So when you have the leaders, the senior leaders that are that are supportive, and they support those types of initiatives, you will have an easier time getting the buy-in and being able to influence middle management.
Okay, well, thank you. I think that concludes our time slot. And I want to thank you guys for an amazing, organic, free-flowing discussion that I think really did cover this topical area in a very, very adequate way. Tremendous content here from both of you. Great ideas, great radical thoughts, and I really enjoyed the discussion very, very much. So thank you.
Yeah, just one last thing that I would like to say. Yeah, sorry, I didn't get my chance to sort of close it out. I think one big thing, and that is going to be important, is I think, Vera, you had mentioned about agile, and I think the person before this from Schneider Electric also mentioned about agile. It's not just agile method, it is agile philosophy, because literally we are going to be faced with a lot of uncertainties coming in the near future. COVID-19, the new normal, what's that going to be? In order to overcome, agile is going to play a very, very important role. Forget about the waterfall model. The waterfall model does not have the answers for the future that we're looking into. Agile has. So,
yeah, that's a great. I totally agree with you there. Yeah. And so, Arman, we get to switch immediately over to our next our whiteboard here, which is driving business process improvement through blockchain. A new blockchain is going to come out somewhere here. So here's and so knowing that you're a thought leader in this space, look forward to what you have to say here. Vera, thank you very much, and we'll be seeing you in just a minute.
Awesome.
Thank you, Vera. Good to speak with you. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So I guess, Cliff, you should I get started straight away?
Yeah, go ahead, Arnivan.
Sure. Okay. Do I control the settings, or Ariana, or are you going to control it?
I think you've got it. Go ahead.
Okay. I still can't move the content.
I will control it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so this essentially, as I mentioned, for some of you who had joined me in the past session, so I have let's say a history of being associated with operational excellence and the continuous improvement for many years. I'm a certified master black belt back from GE General Electric days, and I'd gone through this journey early back in the 90s, late 90s and early 2000s. What I also found is, fast forward so many years, almost a couple of decades later, is that some of the pieces that we look at, we still, in lots of organizations, we're still using a 20th century thinking, and we're trying to drive changes that will bring future to us. And one of the challenges there is that there is not enough understanding or education about some of the new digital age technologies that are knocking at our doors. One of the ones that I find, which is probably going to have the biggest impact is blockchain. So if you go to this page 2, so why did I pick blockchain for this particular purpose? Because when we talk about continuous improvement and operational excellence, one of the things that we constantly look at is what is known as the value chain. Whether we use Michael Porter's or lean thinking, it's all about flow across different functions, across different organizations, right? But the way our 20th century thinking has been is that the data has to be restricted within our own organization. Even within our own organization, the flow is restricted in silos, in functions. And that often brings in challenges when it comes to exchanging of ideas and exchanging of information. And why is that? The reason for that is trust is problem for between different parties. It could be within the same organization, and I'm sure most of you would have seen that when you are trying to get information or data from another department, it's always a bigger challenge than when you're trying to get the data from the same team. Trying to get the information from a supplier or a customer is even bigger challenge. In most of the cases, your guys, your IT guys, your security guys, cybersecurity guys won't even allow you. And this is where we find that the value generation across the value chain gets really throttled, gets constrained. And that's where the impediments of the corporate world is. It's multi-party data exchange, that's a problem. We're now looking at rapid technology evolution. It's like evolution is on steroids. There's so many changes that are taking place. I mean, 5 years back, 10 years back, we still used to say MS Project is one of the greatest tools which is there for project management. Today, nobody talks about MS Project. People are talking about Monday.com. Did you hear about Monday.com 2 years back? Probably not. There's another one called Asana, which has just come in. So there are so many changes that are taking place, so many new collaborative tools that are coming in. The technology is evolving at such a great speed that we need to be able to keep up on what's going on from a technology perspective. The third one is, as many of you may have already heard, data is going to be the new gold. And this is where who owns the data? Is the data the creator of data who owns the data? Or is the person who's interpreting the data who owns the data? Or is the person who actually finally keeps the data, the custodian of the data? So data ownership is going to be a huge issue, especially when it comes to a value chain. So for example, if you are in an FMCG company, is the primary producer the owner of the data, or is the data which is with the FMCG company is the data, or is it the supermarket who owns the data? So there's so many different varieties and so many different parties that are involved in order to look at how the data ownership is going to be governed. Then we talk about diverse technology landscape. So this is different from rapid technology in terms of being that there is so many technology platforms now that it becomes a big problem in order to exchange information between different systems. Some of you may be aware how difficult it is to move data from one Oracle instance to another one, or one SAP instance to another one. Forget about the multitude of systems that are there between different parties. Real-time visibility, because the data is not being exchanged at real time, but through more like batch processes, etc. That's another thing. And the last one is data security, right? So when you have different players, different people being involved in this, the data security is a big problem. In fact, data security is probably the main reason why the data does not get shared between different parties. So these are impediments in the corporate world. Okay, Ariana, next page, please. So what it needs is it needs a redesigned thinking. And as I mentioned in the previous panel discussion, is that if you try and approach new technology sort of adoption from the perspective of 20th century thinking, it probably is not going to work. So you need to redesign thinking. You know, you need to probably be able to experiment in hundreds, if not thousands. You know, but more importantly, because I'm going to talk about blockchain, redesign thinking for value chain needs people to understand the strength of blockchain, the power of blockchain that can be harnessed to create a good value chain. So essentially, when you're talking about multi-party systems, and again, I'm sure Ariana would be sharing these, but what's important is that blockchain has certain fundamental things in place, certain fundamental points in place that makes it so powerful. So first of all, blockchain is based on scalable and secure solution focused on privacy. Okay, so it uses hex coding, it uses Merkle tree nuances that allow them to essentially mask the data in such a way that it's pretty impregnable in order to get the data. I'm just going to switch on the light here because it's getting dark. So just give me 1 second. The second piece is because there are multiple parties, blockchain allows you, the work to be done seamlessly without the need for touch points through consensus model, through permissions, etc. Okay, and the third one is again relating to the second point. It goes through the process, flows through seamlessly without any obstruction because of pre-approved value chain. And the second last one is it provides transparency across the chain in real time. So which means if you're talking about 10, 15 different parties, different companies working together, they all can see the data at the same time. Now, when I say they all can see the data at the same time, it does not mean they all can see all the data at the same time. What it means is they can see the data that they are allowed to see real time all the time. Okay, and the last one is compliant to technology industry standards, especially if you're working in defense or if you're working in national critical infrastructures, or if you're working in healthcare, health tech. This becomes extremely important. Next page, please. And by the way, please, if you have any questions, anybody has any questions, put them in your chat, in the chat or the Q&A section. So what is blockchain? Blockchain, in its sort of basic form, we could call it as a distributed multi-ledger. So it's essentially a log of activities that it tracks and and keeps it with a timestamp and with an address. Okay. It's an internet of value. So in the past, it used to be internet of information, but now we can exchange value. And some of you may have heard about bitcoins, cryptocurrencies, etc. That was where blockchain originated, which means you can actually buy something by using cryptocurrency. So that's the internet of value. So you can buy something through cryptocurrency and you can procure and you can receive something in exchange for that. So this could be in terms of IP, stocks, securities, etc. The reason why it's so trustworthy is because it's immutable. Once you put in something in the blockchain, it stays there forever. You cannot change it, you cannot update it, nothing. It stays there. So if you say the sky is blue all the time, it will stay like that. And that's what makes it so important. So for example, the place where you were born or the degree that you received from the university that you go to, right, once that gets onto a blockchain, it stays there forever. So that is what makes blockchain so powerful. It is a repository of information that's immutable. So especially when it comes to security or in the military, the armed forces, or it comes to bank accounts, or it comes to identity, individuals, whether it's your national ID or whatever. When it gets onto a blockchain, it stays there forever. So immutability. And that kind of leads to the next one, which is trust. Now, because the data is immutable, you can also decide to to give permission of what can be used versus what cannot be. One prime example is um, the bars and the discos, where the clubs, different countries have different age limits, but let's say it says 18 years, right? So people below 18 years are not allowed. So at the gates, they would ask people who look underage, they would be asked to show their ID, right? Now, two things happen. Sometimes the IDs are fake, okay? So it is up to the person, the bouncer or the person who's at the gate. How do they know that this is a genuine iCard? The second thing is that the iCard has a lot more information than just about your age. It probably has your social security number. It probably has your name. The person at the gate essentially needs two pieces of information. They need to see if the photograph on that ID card is yours, and whether your date of birth is above 18 or not. They don't even need to know your actual date when you were born. Okay, these are kind of things that blockchain can now allow you or prevent you, that you can prevent from sharing to the other people. The next one is slightly more complicated. It's called smart contracts. As I said, based on permission, pre-approved chains, you can create smart contracts. Smart contracts are essentially algorithms that, when the conditions are met. So, for example, because all of this is happening in the digital world, let's say you have 5 criteria, and the moment the 5 criteria is met, let's say a payment goes through. So, for example, if you have the invoices there, you've got the goods receipt note, the person who's supposed to receive the goods has said, yes, I've received the goods in right order. If the invoice has the right amount charged to you, etc., etc. So 5 or 6 different conditions are met. Bang, the invoice gets approved for payment straight away, and that's how you make it touchless, you make smart contracts in place. And the last one is, many people think that a blockchain implementation is expensive, and the answer is not really. Blockchain, in fact, most of the times actually is much cheaper because of its inbuilt security mechanism, is much cheaper compared to even some of the ERP implementation. So that's roughly about what a blockchain is, okay? Can we go to the next page? Ariana? Knock, knock. Oh, okay, I can do it now. All right. So blockchain in business and industry, right? So where all does blockchain get used? And by the way, this is more like a masterclass of why and how blockchain can be used in the value chain. Just keep in mind that some of you who are working with the supply chain industry, this technology is set to revolutionize the way you do things. And we talk about continuous improvement. Okay, in the past it was all to do with, and again, whether it's 5S or taking the 7 wastes from lean, or looking at some of the 6 sigma let's say tools in order to get to the answer. These days, a lot of the technology that's available can give you that leap, that not incremental leap, but the quantum leap that many of you may be looking for at this stage. So that's why I'm sort of going through the blockchain sort of 101 for you. Okay. So anyways, blockchain in the business and industry, where all does it get used? First of all, it's static registry. So all the places where an information needs to be static. So for example, the static could be your house address. Okay, that could be static because you've lived there since you were born. That information is static. Okay, so blockchain could be used to capture all sorts of static information. The place you were born, it's the birth and death registry, that could be there. Okay, the second one is identity information, anything related to you. So for example, it could be your college degree, it could be your blood group, it could be who your parents are, it could be who your siblings are, all of that piece of information, your bank account. That's identity information that could be stored in blockchain. Third one, smart contracts, I already mentioned. The fourth one is dynamic registry. And this is where blockchain becomes very interesting. Assume that a certain piece of information, or sorry, a certain, let's say, part is moving across a value chain. Blockchain would be able to track and trace that piece of that movement of that piece across the value chain, and that's where the dynamic registry is. Now, I don't know if you know this or not. In the automotive industry, spare part fraud is about $4 billion problem. Okay, just to give you an example, one of the projects that we were doing, we had dealers in Australia who had to, when they placed an order, it went through the European sort of main car manufacturer. This European head would then send across the request for the parts to somebody in China. The China sort of manufacturing base would send it to a third-party contract manufacturer. The third-party contract manufacturer would then make the part after 10 days or 5 days or whatever it is, and then ship it to their global warehouse in Malaysia, from which then it gets destined to go to Australia. Now, imagine the number of parties which are there, okay? Before blockchain, this used to be extremely difficult to manage across different systems, across different parties, and most of the times people struggle. And we're not even talking about the 3PLs and the 4PLs, the DHLs of this world, etc. Okay, but now, thanks to the technology, thanks to blockchain, now you can dynamically, real time, track and trace the entire piece of information or the entire sort of journey of the part, right from where it originated, the request originated, to where the final destination was. So that's dynamic registry, which is extremely important. And then the next one is payments infrastructure. And this is again, the two pieces that I mentioned here, supplier payments and insurance payments. Insurance payments is where there are lots of challenges, and this is where in order to provide a proof, blockchain can become extremely powerful because, as I said, it's an immutable system. So which means whatever information you put in there can be there even after 2 or 3 years, by the time you're, let's say if your insurance gets into a court case, by the time it comes through, it gets into that sort of a stage. That's what payments infrastructure is handy. Again, I will pause here if there are any questions. Just quickly going through this because there's a lot of material to be covered. You'll get the PowerPoint pages anyways in PDF. I'm sure Ariana is going to do that. But any questions or any reflections at this point in time, please do so. I'm going to just sip a glug of water. Ariana, can you take me to the next page, please? Right, so this is something that I picked up from McKinsey, and it shows that there is no industry that is not being picked up on blockchain. And what's important is, I'm sure the people who are in the audience, they can see that all the industries are here. It's just a matter of time that blockchain is going to come and come in their industry and is set to change the way we do things. Okay. Again, going back to the first couple of slides that I mentioned, it needs a radically different way of thinking. It needs redesign thinking in order to take advantage of blockchain, and which is why what you see is you see a rise of lots of mid-sized companies. They started small, but now they've become mid-sized companies, and they are challenging the traditional bastions of some of the more established traditional companies. I mean, electricity, utilities, bank, insurance. I mean, these days you can actually have a complete online bank, and where the amount of fees that which gets charged is minuscule compared to some of the traditional banks. So those are some of the changes that are coming in. Okay. The other great example, and I'll do it in a few pages. Ariana, just if you could take me to the next page. I don't know how much time do I have. Do I have like 5 more minutes, or 10 more minutes? What's the time I'm looking at? Okay, so I'm assuming that I have 5 more minutes. Okay, so the way you talk about achieving the competitive advantage, first one is, and this is something that I hold very, very dear to me, my heart, is understand the power of technology. In this case, the power of blockchain. You must. It is not about getting data scientists or data analysts. It is about what can I do with this technology in my business. Okay, understand what are the business applications that are there that could be used by using blockchain or AI or big data analytics. Convert, once you've done that, that's when you can start looking at, okay, what digital strategy can I create for my business? This digital strategy is not an IT strategy. This digital strategy is a combination of your business operations, sales, marketing, leadership, and IT, which dovetails into leadership. In order for something to be driven like this, to really harness the benefits of blockchain, you need leadership, who is not only aware of the benefits but also the power of technology that can be used. Okay. Then the next slide, because I have a chat here, I need to move this. You need to, because it's a radical change, you need to have a strong change management in place. So it's mobilize, it's influence, it's alignment and change management. Oh, sorry. If you go back, Ariana, to the previous page, and then as the lady before me had spoken about customer journey is extremely important, because this provides or creates the purpose which will then rally the entire organization behind this project. The next one is data organization. And this is again something that I talked about, using the lean thinking, using the flow of data that's going to take place. You have to break the functional silos, and you just need to start thinking about data, how the data is going to be organized, how the data is going to be managed, and therefore how the entire data governance is going to take place. It means that you probably are looking at a chief data officer instead of a chief information officer, a chief marketing officer. You're now looking at a chief data officer. Okay. And then the last but not least, you also need to be very, very aware of the legacy inertia. People will oppose you all the time, every time, and this is the biggest problem. And this kind of nicely dovetails into the question which was there, which is what are the main blockers to the adoption of blockchain? So I would say there are a couple of ones. First is, blockchain got a bad name because in 2018, about 80% of crypto-based offering were turned to be frauds. Okay, and that kind of created a very bad name for blockchain, because everybody thought that blockchain is supposed to be based on trust and immutability, etc. The problem was not with blockchain, but the problem was the people behind the blockchain were frauds. The problem was that the data information that was given to blockchain got corrupted before it even hit the blockchain. So, and that's where, but because people don't know or did not know, they thought it was blockchain, which is the problem. So that's one thing, which is blockchain has got the kind of a negative connotation it had, and which is why many people have started calling it distributed multi-ledger system instead of calling it blockchain, or distributed ledger technology, DLT for short. The second big problem is majority, and this is probably the biggest reason why blockchain is still at its early stages, is because majority of the people in powerful decision-making positions don't understand the power of blockchain, which is right at the top. So these are a couple of reasons why blockchain adoption is a big problem. Okay, Ariana, I would now ask you to quickly go to the second last page, or the third last page. No, not the next page, the third last page. Just keep going. There are some examples there. Okay. By the way, the reason there are these pages in between. It is not. Sorry, if you could. The reason I have still kept those pages is because this package is going to be given to you, so you can learn from them. But it was not supposed to be part of the presentation. I was just going to talk about the first few pages and the last couple of pages. So relevant case studies. Supply chain track and trace. I already gave an example. It also, the other example is dairy farming, farmer financing, right? In the past, and this is people who are used to or have been exposed to emerging market countries would know that in many cases, the farmers, the dairy farmers or the other farmers who are there, cattle growers or over there don't have banking facility. Part of the reason is because they're so poor, and the other part is nobody trusts them with respect to money, especially the banks, okay, because they have risk profiling, etc., etc. With blockchain, because it's immutability, now it is possible for the farmers to be given that opportunity where they can be banked. So I was involved with a particular project where the farmer is when they would supply their milk to a cooperative. At the point of time where the farmer is handing over the milk to the cooperative agent, it gets locked into blockchain. So blockchain it now sees that farmer XYZ gave me so much of milk with so much of fat content, with so much of NFT number, and that then triggers off the entire blockchain process, which essentially goes within the system to the bank saying, yeah, the asset has been received by the cooperative, so therefore the payment can be made straight away. Or if the payment has some due dates, they could be eligible for credit facilities pretty much straight away. And that's the beauty of having something like blockchain in place. So dairy farmer with this particular one, the cycle was reduced from 15 days to real time where they could get credit facilities. The next one is an ongoing project. This is where we're trying to break the cycle of 6 months of when they hand over the coffee to the time they get their payments. It's 6 months, and these are not rich farmers. So therefore we are trying to bridge that gap so that as soon as they hand over the coffee, they can get payments for their produce. So very, very powerful places where blockchain has been used. Just a few examples. If you go to the next page, Ariana. And the one that I wanted to pick up is the vaccination solution, right? This is where the problem is, and again, we're talking about emerging market countries. I'm just giving some examples because we tend to do a lot of work in the emerging market countries, but many of them are equally valid in the developed market as well. What we find is in the vaccination solution, what we found is that emerging markets, many of these children and their mothers, they come from poor background. So giving them health passports always becomes a bit of a challenge. And in order to manage and maintain, some of them don't even read and they're illiterate. And the last, of course, is there's also a lot of pilferage that takes place in the last mile. People change the ampules that needs to be given as part of the vaccination on the ground. So with blockchain, with multiple parties, in this case, there were 18 parties that were involved, and that included the states, health system, the agencies with respect to the people who actually go to sort of door to door, the death and birth register office, etc. All of these people then became part of a value chain, which and the ampule which was given to the child, the entire information about the child, who the mother was, and I talked about the dynamic registry and the static registry with the identity information, was all captured. And because of this, we are hoping to be able to reduce the mortality rate amongst children in the emerging markets by a significant percentage, because in many cases the mortality rate is still high because either they're being given fake medicines or fake vaccinations, or they've been given incorrect vaccination because the paperwork was not in place. So with that, I would like to close my session and open up for any questions or any reflection. And again, the reason I use the vaccination to close my session here is because of one reason, that we seem to be solving a lot of problems, but there's still a huge number of problems that are there in the outside world. And with usage of technology and with usage of operational excellence, continuous improvement, we can bring about changes radically, which the world needs so much. Okay. So please, if anybody has any questions, please, this is your chance. Otherwise, I'm going to watch CNN or BBC to see what's going on. Morpheus, I see you.
Hi. Hello, Anibal. I think you are in Europe, so I should say good afternoon to you. Now, this is a great topic, blockchain. I came across this. Well, I did my seminar 2 years ago, and by that time it was already 2-3 years in being discussed. So I wanted to ask you about the credibility of the information. Because when we did this kind of, with Oxford University seminar, there were a lot of cases, some of them you mentioned yourself, that make people afraid. And if I remember correct, it's not only whether the information is corrupted or whether there's a window to that information to access it, but there is this, at least theoretical risk that says, if in the blockchain that you are, 50% of the users or people in that blockchain decide to change it, have the power to change it. And this was raising the question whether at state level there's enough power in some countries, if they decide to change the information, the blockchain, they're managing it, imagine real estate information, they are able to do so. Is that correct? Is that correct? Do I remember well that this is a potential another way that someone could manipulate that information?
Yeah, so there are a few parts to it. So first one is it's a complex question, and you know, when I say it's a complex question, so blockchain has different variations that exist. So you can have a private blockchain, you can have a permission blockchain, and you know, so there are different variations which are there. Okay, the ones which are public blockchain. Okay, that's where so there is one public blockchain which the world. The governments don't have much power on. The only thing they can do is not allow those blockchains to operate in certain jurisdictions. That they can, okay? So for example, let's say cryptocurrency is not allowed in China, right? It's you can't do that. So yes, so that's one part, which is the real public. It actually is almost like it operates, it has got its own life, and people are not being able to influence, governments or otherwise cannot influence the way it operates. It's like a free, almost like a free virtual world, right? So that's one. The second one is where governments have, because governments have participated in, let's call it the permission blockchain, okay? There, the governments and other parties are involved, right? Now, typically, you will still see, you won't necessarily see a lot of governments participating at the same time, you know, otherwise it'll be United Nations or lack of. But what we see is certain governments have decided, let's say government of Iceland has participates in some of them, some of the Eastern European countries, their governments participate in some of the other ones. To your point, if they decide to change, it will be the future. What information gets into blockchain, it's going to be the future that gets impacted. The past is already there in the blockchain. Okay.
They cannot override the past.
Cannot override the past. It's immutable. Okay. So it's always future, right? Now, with respect to permissions, with respect to who can access that, that is something that you know, sometimes they can control. But then the question comes in is what sort of a thing would they control? So if it's usually your dental records or your medical records that the government in some countries may have access to, but there are ways to avoid that. You know, normally if people won't trust their governments, which is in majority of the cases, that's what it is, and therefore government-backed blockchains have not been very successful so far. Okay, and the third one is what we call the anchor blockchain, and this is essentially there's a single company. It could be somebody like a Samsung or a Sony or a BMW or whosoever, which is an anchor, and it has created a value chain for all the parties, including likes of FedEx and DHL, in order to participate in the anchored permissioned blockchain. That's where it's part of being in the ecosystem. So, okay, all right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to Cliff and go and watch the news.
Yeah, Cliff is attending to an emergency call, so he has asked me to take over. Hi, this is Ariana, your host again. Yeah, thank you, Yvonne, for your very detailed presentation on blockchain. So without further ado,
Ariana, just show the
to...
last page. If people want to get in touch with me and sort of want to continue the discussion, my contact details are there on the last page. So yeah, that's me. That's my number. Oops, yeah, and that's my email ID. So absolutely get in touch with me. Love to have the conversation. And as you can see, I'm very passionate about this technology and continuous improvement. Love to talk about these things. I love to create more awareness about these things. So look forward. And thank you, Ariana. Thank you, Cliff, and thank you others, the audience who were there, for listening in to this topic.
Thank you, Anirvan, for joining us and supporting this event, although it's quite late in Amsterdam. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would like to hand over the floor to Morpheus. There's a bit of change of schedule because, as you can see, we're running a little late, and Morpheus is based in Spain. So I have discussed with the next speaker. She is fine that Morpheus takes the floor so that he would be also to join us and give us a very interactive presentation. So without further ado, Morpheus, the floor is yours.
Now you can hear me, I guess. Thank you very much, Ariana. My name is Morpheus Chalkidis, as Ariana introduced me, and I will be talking about the deployment evolution of Lean Six Sigma programs and how some of them end up, let's say, succeeding and evolving, and how many of them are perishing away. Considering this is the last day of the event and you are halfway through, I opted for some light slides because I would like to get hopefully a lot of questions from you, so we can have a kind of an animated discussion, considering that the topic is non-technical, and hopefully I will have the opportunity to ask you some questions. I will be looking forward for your feedback, your experience, and your questions. And something that you may not know, since I'm here presenting thanks to Anirvan's recommendation. If you don't like my presentation, you know to whom you talk to and to whom you are referring to. So we have 30 minutes in front of us. So let me share my screen with the presentation, and then I'll make sure Ariana can provide you with a copy. So, okay, I think we are okay and you can see. So as I said before, we are going to see about how or not the Lean Six Sigma programs can evolve in organizations. A little bit of background, which links regarding to my interest in this topic. I started my journey in Lean Six Sigma, operational excellence, business transformation, however you want to call it, in 2003. For 70 years now, and I got so much hooked to this topic that my PhD research was looking how the Lean Six Sigma deployment can support organizational learning and knowledge creation. And during this time of working and studying and researching and applying and learning, a key question that started to come up is why do some programs fail while others survive? And what attracted me a lot on this kind of part is not the fact that there are not many things written. I'm pretty sure if you search online, both in terms of big consulting companies or some PhD research, you will see that, some academic research, you will see quite a lot of things written. But many of those things were not necessarily linking with my experience, and they were not necessarily related to what I would see in practice. So what do we seem to know? And some of the things we're going to discuss now, I know that Cliff, Vera, and Anirvan touched the topic around 5 o'clock when I connected. So what we know and what we see is that approximately, they say 70% of the operational excellence programs fail. This has started to become like a common knowledge, a common admission in the community, and a lot of blame seems to be attributed to the lack of senior management support. And this was something that was discussed a couple of presentations before, as I mentioned. So lack of senior management support, together with how projects are selected, what kind of trainings being delivered, whether the program delivers to the customer requirements, or whether the program delivers what matters to the customer, etc., etc. And this is where a few questions start to come from my side. Where, well, okay, I don't know if it's 70% or 80% or 90% is the correct thing to say. I will not spend too much time thinking about this. From my own experience, I know quite a lot of programs struggle, especially after the honeymoon period of the first couple of years, and especially if you look outside manufacturing engineering, if you look more into the service environment. But I start to pick up an issue with what we call senior management support, because it was the lack of senior management support, because it was treated like a root cause. So like they don't support us. So what do? Let's go into more training. Let's go into more presentations. Let's go and set more ambitious targets, try to convince them that we matter. Whereas in reality, if you think about that, is more of a symptom, okay? And actually, when you see people saying why that there is a lack of senior management support, if you go behind all these surveys that are being done and are being published and try to see who are they asking, most of the times the people who are answering these surveys are the Lean Six Sigma professionals, operational excellence professionals, black belts, master black belts, program leaders, and quite often what you are missing is the voice from the other side, the voice of the senior management. So when you start spending more time on this kind of thing, what you see is sorry about this. What you see is there is a key question behind this: is how relevant is the program? How important is the program for the business? So I will take you through a kind of a 12-year journey of let's say 4 companies that I was able to see how the program evolved. I was able to see what the business was looking for, how the people were feeling about. And while I'm talking through this, since I cannot see the chat and the comments, I would appreciate if you would write a couple of small comments regarding your experience and whether you can relate to that or not. So the first thing that happens when a project is launched, okay, although there might be a slight different paths from each company, they will maybe start with a black belt deployment, doing the make projects. They will do green belts. They will launch some business process management initiatives, master black belt, design for Six Sigma. This is normally a period of 2 to 3 years. Okay, this is where, as I said, the honeymoon period seems to happen, and this is a period that not everybody is happy with the program, not everybody is supporting the program, but the people who don't believe, they decide not to speak, and they are more or less silent, let's say. And during this time, if you talk to the Lean Six Sigma community, if you talk to the people who drive this work, the quotes that you see is that they believe they are the driving force. They believe they are actually here, they were selected, and they have been given the opportunity to transform the organization, okay, and move the organization forward. And there's a very strong pride about who they are. I've seen people being very proud for being black belts, being green belts, being like Master Yoda, Master Black Belts from Star Wars. They feel very proud of their technical expertise. They are very proud very proud of the status that they have. They believe they are important, that they matter, and they believe that this is the right program that is going to propel themselves to the future to some senior management roles. Okay, and in some companies, this might be true, but in some other cases, this is not the reality. And as you go through these 2-3 years of, let's say, honeymoon period, what is happening next is you see the organization start to say, well, maybe we should look for something else. Maybe we don't get the results that we're expecting. So they start talking about lean management or lean Six Sigma. They start looking for more program management or project management responsibilities. They look for people to help them find the right business model, operational model for the organization, and they start talking about the digital transformation. And this is where things start to get a little bit stressful for the teams. And when I was talking to organizations that they were going through this kind of shift of attention to slowly moving away from what was perceived to be the Holy Bible, the Six Sigma or Lean Six Sigma approach, the teams are getting quite stressed. Okay, and they start asking what is happening in the organization. Don't they like us anymore? What happens to my skills? How will I learn all these new? How will I learn all these new things? And some of them see it a bit confrontational in terms of, you know, our program is better. They should be listening to us, and they should be supporting us. And this is kind of actually during this time when I was talking to an organization, one of the senior managers were actually quite strong against the black belt community and was trying to get away with this from the black belt. And he was actually saying that, you know, for him, a black belt was someone that was bringing a bazooka in order to solve a mosquito problem. Even if you hit the mosquito with a bazooka, as he was telling me, you are going to end up doing much more damage than the problem you are solving. And this is where people feeling that it was too heavy, too dogmatic, the approach, and maybe is not suited for the kind of problems they are having, requiring a much more quick reaction rather than going to gates with sign-offs, with approvals. They found it quite formal and quite cumbersome. And then going through this kind of middle step, there is a more, let's say, closer to recent times, and some of the topics you already discussed. Organizations, or in some organizations, people start asking about blockchain, big data, analytics. They start talking about artificial intelligence, RPA, agile, that you mentioned before. I heard a good comment that you should see agile as a philosophy, not as a methodology. A common mistake made with a lean approach. Scrum, lean startup, design thinking, industry 4.0. So it's the, you know, 20 years ago, or maybe 10 years ago, you were talking to 10 years ago, you were talking to senior managers and trying to understand what kind of approach they can use or how they can drive forward the organization. You could hear about 2-3 things: Lean, Six Sigma, lean management, digital transformation. Now the area is cluttered. The area is full of different ways that an organization can drive forward the strategic priorities, different ways that the company can achieve their targets. And this is where I start to see in the organizations, I start to see a different approach, and some of them seem to be evolving, and I will elaborate more about this. They start to evolve in order to better meet the business needs. And some programs, actually, during the research that I was doing, and I was talking to some companies, some programs, they were completely stopped, with either maybe half of the Lean Six Sigma community either exiting the company or transferred to other positions. Okay, and this was a very strong dichotomy, and that I observed. and I will discuss a little bit more about what seems to be driving this different way. I'm looking a little bit. I'm stop sharing screen for a moment just to look all of you. Hopefully, I was hoping to see some faces observing or not. I don't know if at this moment someone would like to make a quick comment whether they can connect with this kind of journey, whether they had a similar experience or there was something fundamentally different. I'm not looking for a 20-minute speech. I'm just looking for a couple of minutes, someone commenting on their own experience. So I see no questions.
Yeah, so I've just got one question. So yeah, you've got that 12-year journey, and the first stage will be you roll out black belts, green belts. Then the second stage is your lean management, and then more to do with big data. But I guess, how do you prevent that, I guess, loss of talent towards the end? What preventions do you need to put in to keep that talent engaged?
Well, so that the talent you are referring to the Lean Six Sigma Operational Excellence community. Okay, now that's a very good point, because some of them decided to exit the organization. Okay, on themselves. They did not wait for the program to be cancelled. They were leaving. I guess if I go a little bit further back and try to understand the problem, I would look first at the community of the people that I have, because the mistake that many companies made, if I see the recruitment of the people in these kind of positions, okay, they were looking for people with a very technical background, statisticians, because black belts are all about statistics, Lean Six Sigma is about statistical analysis. So they had quite a lot of people with a very statistical background and a very narrow profile. Okay, people that like to maybe solve problems or play with numbers, not necessarily see themselves as change agents or learning new things or adapting to new realities. So quite a lot of the profiles, I'm sorry to say, they were not suited for the more dynamic environment or from the new needs that they were in place. So in some organizations that I was there, when they were assessing the Lean Six Sigma people, and they say, how many of these people have the qualities, have the behaviors, the attitudes to go to level 2 or 3? Half the teams did not have that profile. So then the question that you are asking yourself from the workforce planning perspective, if these are good profiles that I need to keep, that I want to keep, then I need to find another job for them in the organization. And I need to help them transition to another job in the organization. If some of these profiles are profiles that are too rigid, meaning they don't want to change, or they don't want to change, or profiles that maybe they don't show the performance that maybe I was envisioning, I wanted. Maybe these are profiles that you want to let go. Because I think it's an utopia to say I have 20 people, I will avoid the word talent, I will say 20 people in that organization, and all these 20 people want, and they can to be in the new era. So some, in the end, you have to try to help them transition, those that can transition and you think they are high performance and talent people, and the rest will unfortunately move to another organization, and they're going to leave. In the end, this is what we did, honest. I'm not selling you anything fake that we saved all the people. But some people that they left, we were happy that they left, because we did not believe they can make this transition to the new era. And this goes back to what are the people you recruit in the first place and how you recruit the people to the program. And I will elaborate a little bit more about this later, okay? How you address that. Thank you for the question. Anything else before I move on?
Dear delegates, do you unmute yourself? And it would be great if you could show your face.
Yes, if you want to talk.
So this is Vera, and I just want to kind of piggyback off of what you said, you know, in your question of relating to the 12-year journey and Kaylin's question around talent. And I agree. I think with us, what we found is similar, that we needed to develop criteria for identifying the right talent that could be a part of this journey and would be your Lean Six Sigma, your black belt experts, and be a part of developing the curriculum, the framework for putting the program in place, right? But it really took first trying to identify the right people to, the right talent to leverage in the organization. Otherwise, you have people that really wasn't their passion, and they were going to move in the company within 2 years anyway, and that just delayed the program moving forward, and we just could not sustain the speed in which we needed to operate in to get a program up and running within a certain amount of time. So I just wanted to say yes to your question. I can certainly relate to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the input and the elaboration. And it is true what you say. It goes back to what are the skills and what are the profiles of the people that I have. And quite often you find out that maybe the recruitments that you did were not the right ones. And at one point I was harsh because I was responsible for some organizations myself when they were going through this as the regional director at that moment. And at one point, maybe it was a bit harsh, but what I told the teams is that, the Lean Six Sigma people are not supposed to be only problem-solving people. For me, they were change agents. Those were people that were helping the company transform itself. And those were the people that quite often were complaining that the business is resistant to change. But when they change, touch them. They exhibit the same exactly human care, that we see in change management, like shock and then blaming the people. No, you are wrong. They exhibit, they are humans at the end of the day, but seeing the change agents, or in quotations, the change agents, exhibiting the same type of resistance to the change that the business was exhibiting and they were complaining about, was a kind of wow for me. I was, to be fair, it caught me by surprise. I wasn't expecting it to be that strong. And then I will share some examples about how we reposition some tools into the new environment and how the Lean Six Sigma people can find themselves, find their spot or find their position in the new environment. So thank you very much, Vera. I will stop later also for you to share more. So this was a 12-year journey that they went through. And as I said, and as I commented right now, the people, they are people. The Lean Six Sigma community, they are people. They will go through the same reaction. They will go through the human change curve, and it's quite important to support and help and give the vision of what they can do, because it is the responsibility of the people who build the teams. It is the responsibility of the leaders of the teams to say how I can help the team transition. And of course, when you go through the denial, no, this is not happening, these new things is a fad, it's going to disappear, blockchain is going to disappear, RPA is going to disappear, or they start blaming the other people, blaming the CEO that he never understood us, blaming themselves. And then when you reach that point down there, that in all honesty, I have been through this curve myself a couple of times. When you reach down this point, then you either find a way out of this in a positive way, you find a new way to move forward, or simply you leave. Okay. So what is the main point that I keep telling the teams? Is that, no matter what, and also the new teams, the agile teams, no matter what you want or you wish, the business needs will evolve, and the way to meet these needs will evolve, and you have to either adapt or perish. And it's not about fads. For me, it's not about the flavor of the month. It is a reality that a methodology comes into life because there's a need that is not answered from the existing ones. So unless you are a consultant, you try to sell something new. But these kind of methodologies are coming to serve a new need, hopefully a new need. So, and as the needs evolve, the tools will evolve. So you need to find a way to be relevant. You need to find a way to evolve yourself. So what happens to those teams? In general, some of these teams suffer. They they were canceled, as I mentioned. Some of them, they start to grow and grow by incorporating more and more disciplines inside. Some of this growth that I saw made sense. So if someone says within operational excellence in Six Sigma, we have the capabilities to assess the business for RPA, okay, it makes sense to me, because you need to streamline operations, and you need to streamline operations before you start automating. You don't want to just automate waste or complexity. Some other things did not make sense. It was just ego inflating teams, and then you ending up doing a little bit of everything and a lot of nothing, as I used to say. That's the risk of this way moving forward. And the other one, I'm missing a box here. Here it is, where organizations simply said, okay, I have the OPEX here to do the process streamlining, and then I have my digital team there, I have my other team over there, having a kind of segmentation in terms of professional families, which it is also appealing as a concept, but what you end up when you talk people behind the scenes, people don't admit it necessarily publicly, but when you go behind the scenes, what you see is a lot of political battle, a lot of arm wrestling, a lot of who is the favorite child, who's the most important of all. And a lot of value is destroyed in this kind of model by the teams competing between themselves for money, for resources, for recognition, rather than driving forward the agenda. And when I say teams, I don't mean necessarily the black belts, I mean the senior managers leading those teams. So for me, people are asking me what is the right or wrong way to move forward. I don't think there's a right or wrong way. I think there's a smart way to find out what works for your organization and how the teams can work together and how they can deliver value and continuously refine and improve your approach. And maybe an approach that matter now was the right one now might not be the right one in 3 years' time. So it is about being smart. It's about choosing, evolving, and refining. But there was a distinction, okay, between those that died and those that survived. There was a distinction in how they manage things. So the first thing was that they focus on skills and not identity. It is important for people not to connect themselves. I'm a black belt, and that's the only thing I do. I'm a black belt. I do Lean Six Sigma. I do the make. This is what I do. This is what I am. If you go down that path, there's no survival. You're not a black belt. You are a person with skills. You have skills for root cause analysis, problem solving, process optimization, complexity reduction, process robustness through FMEA analysis of things like that. So focusing on skills and not identity, it helps the people find their space in the new era and helps people find the gaps on the skills that they have and they need to reinforce. So this is, for me, was the primary thing. Focus on the skills, not the identity. And once you do that, then you can go to the next level and say, if I'm focusing on skills, how I can harness my skills, how I can improve my skills. And when you go down that path, methodologies, approaches, philosophies like Agile, Scrum, design thinking, they are not threatening anymore. There are things that they can boost your skills. There are things that can make you more marketable. There are things that can help you learn more and be a better professional. So then you go out and you continuously learn and you continuously develop yourself. Okay. Very important thing that is hiding behind what I mentioned at the beginning about of lack of management support is you need to make sure you are working on things that matter to the business. I know teams that people will come and say, you know, I need your help on this. And they will say, this touches IT, digital stuff. We are more process oriented. This is not our cup of tea. This is not what we do. You say that to a CEO or a senior person, this is not your cup of tea and this is what you do. Your team dies. It's simple as that. And maybe it deserves to die because your role there, you exist to bring value to the business. So you need to understand what brings value to the business. And then you need to look how you can become competent, the right methodologies, how you can develop the right skills to continue be relevant for the business. That's a key point. This is something I was discussing a lot with Joe Paris, who's very passionate about this topic, and I think was one of your presenters earlier today. The next thing is, okay, these links anticipate new demands and evolving needs. I was guilty on that. I have to be fair. I was caught by surprise in a number of things. I was saying this is not going to come. This is not going to impact us. And I was wrong, and I had to do a lot of catch up, and I had to do a lot of painful catch up in order to continue to be relevant and anticipate what is happening in the market and in the company needs. And sometimes this is more for the people that are responsible for the teams. You need to continuously bring expertise from the market. I've seen teams that are internally recruited people for 10 years in the same role. These teams become blind. These teams, there is too much consensus, too much group thinking. They cannot do any of the things above. You need to refresh your teams. You need to have new people coming from the market, bringing new skill sets, new perspective, new expertise, and motivate and driving the curiosity of the rest of the team to learn more things and develop themselves. HR played a big part in these kind of things. Both in terms of hiring criteria and skill matrices, so that they continue bringing the right people, but continues to challenge and develop the existing teams. And the last part, rotate. I mean, some of the teams that I've seen perishing, not surviving, they became like civil servants. As I was saying before, a team that is the same team for 10 years cannot have this kind of dynamic thinking, cannot be this team that always looks and innovates. Eventually, the group thinking and eventually the same way of approaching things, they are going to be stagnant. They're going to become dinosaurs. So rotating the team, not only you bring expertise and knowledge for continuous improvement and OPEX in the organization, but you bring the new blood that you need for step 5 that I mentioned above. Okay. So this is what teams were doing. This is what the teams that survived were doing, together with some other parts, but these are the things that I was pushing more for organizations. And I was thinking the next couple of slides then to leave a little bit about theory and talk a little bit more pragmatically how you can reposition some tools and how you can find your space in the new era. So I will stop sharing and I will invite you now, if you are still with me, you are not falling asleep. I'm trying to be as loud as possible, energetic to keep you focusing on the slides. But I will give you 1 minute to go to the session right now, okay? And say in the COVID environment, especially people who are familiar maybe with the Lean Six Sigma toolkit, in the COVID environment, where organizations, hospitals, hotels are having serious issues in terms of functioning and in terms of the risk they need to manage. Which of the tools from Lean Six Sigma you believe you cannot be using them only for efficiency and quality and for efficiency and quality of service, but you can use them to drive risk mitigation, risk management in the COVID environment in a hotel? Which kind of tools from the Six Sigma toolkit? I hope you are with me. And I hope, or if you don't want to write, you can talk about it. You can say, let me see. Would you type out the question? Yes, I will type out the question. Okay. Which tools and techniques from Lean Six Sigma you can use to manage the COVID risk in a hospital or hotel? Let's see how we can put our skills and knowledge in application in a new era. This is not about efficiency. This is not about effectiveness. This is not about productivity. You have a Lean Six Sigma black belt. He's thrown in a hospital or a hotel and he's been told, help us manage the risk. Standard work, okay, by having standard work you can manage a little bit risks about certain things are being done, okay. I can see that. What else? So SOPs is one. What other tool? let me give you one more to make you think. Failure mode and effects analysis. Okay, there is a process how things happen. There are processes how things happen in a hospital. There are processes how things happen in a hotel. So taking this process and going step by step and identifying what can go wrong regarding the use of disinfectant in the facilities of the hotel or the use of disinfectant in a hospital. You can trace what things can go wrong that can have serious consequences with spreading the virus, and then you can take actions to mitigate that risk. Process mapping, yeah? Process mapping, think Vera, leaking, SMED, cleanliness is a new risk. Time and resources needed to go from one patrol to another. Good. I haven't thought about SMED, so I will write it down for the next time. I have a conference speaking specifically about this topic. Okay, what else? What other tool? I have a couple of tools to show you actually. I'll give you, okay, let me show you a little bit the tool, because I know it's 20 past and Ariana will be asking me to wrap up relatively quickly. You will get the slides. Share. So here it is, spaghetti diagram. I was talking to one black belt and one master black belt yesterday from a factory in India, and I mentioned spaghetti, and they talked about efficiency, they talked about waste of motion, they talked about layout, but when I asked about COVID, they were blank. Okay, but think about this. Okay, if you have a spaghetti diagram and you map in a restaurant the route of your staff or the route of the guest, if you have a buffet service or not, you can find the areas that are most frequently used. Okay, so these areas might be the areas of high risk. Maybe you want to change the layout, not because of motion. Maybe you want to use the layout so you don't have so much congestion in specific parts of your restaurant or your hotel or your hospital. Maybe you can use the spaghetti chart to identify in which areas you can put disinfectant bottles. Maybe you can use this chart when you find that a waiter or a chef had COVID. You can see, okay, which are the areas most frequently visited by this person to have priority in terms of cleaning, or in which parts he crossed paths with other people in order to prioritize which are the people to test. Okay, so having a spaghetti diagram in a restaurant and having the concept pandemic and COVID, you can use this information to try to drive risk down. And they have done this actually in supermarkets. Supermarkets in the past, where the layout of the foods, the layout of the product was as such for you to maximize the amount of time there and spend as much money as possible. So if you had two products that are frequently used, they had them in different locations. Okay, but now if you start doing spaghetti and trying to understand how I can optimize the flow like lean as fast as possible, as smooth as possible, then you would go to step number 2, and you will say, I need to have as little time as possible, because depending my square meters, there are other people outside waiting to come in that I cannot put in because I've reached the maximum number of shoppers in my business. So I need to have the layout in a way that I minimize the motion and I minimize the amount of time you spend looking for things, so that there is flow, there are no queues, you don't have people crossing paths, and the faster you go out, the faster new people come in. So this changes a lot the way that supermarkets are looking the flow of people. So having this kind of tools together with FMEA, together with SOPs, together with process maps, you can actually, a black belt is equipped to be in a COVID environment, managing risk in an area rather than looking for efficiency or productivity or things like that. Okay, this is what I say about if you focus on skills and not on identity, black belt, demake, efficiency, you can find space in a new context. And the other example was this was my personal example, where me being a little bit stubborn and strong-minded about the make, lean, and being focused so much on that, I was thrown into into the call, being in a project about design thinking and helping a team, thankfully God, with some design thinking experts, saying how we can develop, an offering in Africa about digital health, in a place where the premium cannot be more than €1 per month. Okay, and I have to say, I struggled a lot to get to know, to understand what design thinking is, to understand the new way of working in uncertainty in terms of what's going to happen next month, because you still don't know what you want to do to build, you still don't know what you want to deliver, and having to face my stakeholders and telling them, you know, we're doing a survey, we do some focus groups, we send a team to this African country to meet people and talk and understand. And we actually don't know if the budget that we have is enough. We don't know yet what kind of product or distribution channel we want to use. So hopefully next month, I'll have to tell you more about these things. So for me to go out of this rigid framework, the make framework, and go into the design thinking and understand it and appreciate it about what value it brings, it was a very difficult journey. So if I was to use a reminder, I haven't put the project because I cannot. I can talk about this project, digital healthcare in Africa, but I cannot put slides about that. So if I was to take 3-point reminders from the discussion, is you need to always ask yourself, okay, how relevant, not how much relevant, okay, how relevant are we today? Okay, how relevant are we? What can we do to increase the value for the business? And last is focus on skills and not on the identity. Okay, this is the presentation. The last slide has my contact details. If you want to talk to me, and you'll get it from Ariana. You can contact me if you want to learn more about something or exchange about more. Ariana, I don't know if we have time for any Q&A. I already gave the floor for some questions and to get some feedback. I'll leave it up to you to let me know.
Back here, ladies and gentlemen, let's have one more question. I did see one incoming from Kirkos when he was commenting on the COVID in hospital and hotel cross-function and flow chart.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, we have space for one question. So do type in your question, or better still, unmute yourself. Or everyone wants to go for lunch now.
Oh, I'm just before lunch. I didn't know about that. I would have finished like 20 minutes before because I'm pretty sure. Yes, here is 6:27, 6:30. Okay, I got it.
Right, if possible, I'll ask one more question.
Yeah. Sure.
So from what I gather, it sounds like you're trying to keep one eye on the market and see what's relevant. And then with the other eye, you're trying to keep that on the skill set of your team. And then you're trying to upskill or adapt to what problems need to be solved. And you're trying to basically inform and say, you're not a black belt, you're a person that has certain skill sets and you need these next skill sets now. Is that's...
Well, yes, I would say, I will make a correction. Actually, in reality, most of the times you don't do that, unfortunately. Most of the times you are caught by surprise, and I'm guilty on that, okay? The leader of the teams is the person who has the responsibility to say, first to see the evolving needs of the business, okay? Business has a strategic plan, hopefully for the next 3-5 years. You know where the strategy goes. You know what needs to be done. You can talk to executives and understand where the business is going. So understanding the needs of the market of the company for the next 3-5 years, then you can see to the market in terms of and other industries, in terms of what kind of toolkit skill set that helps you deliver this value for the business. And then you go back to your team and then you help them evolve. But my little but that I have to say is because maybe US is a different animal than Europe, at least that's my perception when it comes to Lean Six Sigma. In Europe, Lean Six Sigma does not have this kind, in most of the countries does not have this big hype. In US, it still carries a kind of a brand in this kind of thing. you don't need this change to tell people, don't focus on black belt and identity. I mean, I think it's a good type of management skill to help people understand they are problem solvers in essence. They help them, the company to move forward. So orient them in skills and not the identity of the black belt, irrespective of the other things. I think it's a good practice to do it anyway, not only because they will become obsolete, but I think it's a good practice because it can help them also transition to some management or business roles later in the future. For me, it is a problem when you see black belt say, I'm black belt, I'm fine my call. I will do this for 20, 30 years. For me, this is not the right attitude or the right approach. People need to rotate, people need to learn, people need to evolve. And maybe you can have 10, 20% of the team like that because you have some continuation. But to have like 80% of the team being there for 10 years, I just don't think it's a good practice in terms of managing teams and managing people.
And you'd lean towards hiring in fresh blood?
I always, irrespective of team, irrespective of what you call the team, I think 30% of the team should come from the market around. This is kind of what I've been trying to do it all the time myself. 30% to come from the market, because I did manage a team for 5 years without new blood in, and it developed attributes I did not like. This group thinking, this group mentality, this is us versus them mentality. I started behaviors I did not like, and I changed it. I brought blood from the market and I rotated people to other elements of the business.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Good question.
Thank you for your question. We have one more question coming from Tom. Best practices for screening for change agents for an OE/LSS team.
Ooh. Well, actually, what I've seen, it's a tough question for change agents. I will tell you who are the best change agents I've seen, okay? And maybe it can help you answer this. The people who joined the Lean Six Sigma professional family, having spent 7-10 years in the business before, and being more with strong business sense, okay, and with good recognition from the organization for the deliverables, were the best Lean Six Sigma black belts that I have seen, being able to adapt, being able to move forward. Why? Because they had a kind of an identity before that. Okay, so what I would say, especially when you recruit internally, recruit for people that has at least 5 years in the organization, people with strong recognition, high performance, and people who want to go back to the organization later. And they see Lean Six Sigma as a 3 years experience that helps them build a skill set. Okay, when you get less people with a different vision and with maybe 2 years of experience joining into this part, then black belt becomes their identity. And these are the people that they have nothing else to step on and develop and evolve. So I would say, look for people that have already shown the attributes of change and have a good, strong business background and deliverables, and bring those people inside the organization. I hope I answer your question. Ariana, I will send you at the end of the day the PDF file so you can share it. I know that you don't have it, and I'm free. If someone wants to follow up in the coming days, drop me a message. You will have my contact details. Happy to follow up.
Yes. Thank you very much, Morpheus, for your time, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, we would like to thank all speakers for the first half of the day, and I'm glad everything is going smoothly. And we will now break for lunch, and let us come back at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to drop a note, and I'll see you guys, all of you guys, back here in the same Zoom room at 1:15 p.m. And thank you very much, Morpheus, and have a great weekend and enjoy your dinner.
Thank you so much. Have a great day, and more speakers later. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that data also drives PopShop, but it's also OSL based. That should basically go away at some point. That spreadsheet should go away. Mhm. I'm going over my head too. Thank you. Right.
Assuming the MSLs kept the same routes. Right, so if they didn't, you got your argument. No. No, I don't think that.
Come back. This is Ariana. How's everyone's lunch?
No, nobody really right. Right, fine.
I have a quick question, which I would like to ask everyone's opinion while waiting for the delegates to stream in. I know
We're on it.
I can read a question. Let's have a discussion. Couldn't stop thinking how, from Mr. Daniel Roman, couldn't stop thinking about how he would fix a hotel or hospital with COVID concerns. So would everyone like to start your comments, and while waiting for the rest come back from lunch? I was actually planning to ask.
That's why you don't do that.
And delegates, please unmute yourself, because right next will be
I
a
understand, but
fireside chat.
there are other ways to do that. Another attribute, something. The database. Yeah, if you want it broken, I'll help. Yeah, I'm good for that. I'm unhappy path. I'm all about it. I find myself that I'm able to break it. Slow down. Slow down. There's a call in an hour with all of the PhD specialists, and they won't even learn what they're supposed to do for the regular job.
Can everyone see my screen?
Well, every one of our direct reports is going through what our org chart looks like. At that time, I will tell them that they need to update the spreadsheet that's on the DSDE SharePoint site. And I will tell them that early next week, they will get a template to use to help. But what it is, I'll give them until the end of that week to do it. And then Brittany's already working on it at the time. Sometimes I think I report to Adam. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm not kidding. And then, right, and then, although, is that Thanksgiving? No, it's the week before. So then the week.
So I know
after
that we're going to get started here shortly. I can hear Howard speaking.
The HR stuff isn't supposed to happen until the 16th. So if we get it done by the end of this month,
So I don't know, Ariana, if you can mute Howard's. Okay, maybe that worked. All right, so can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right, sounds good. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen again. All right. Okay. All right, so this session is an interactive fireside chat discussion with all of you. So I certainly hope that you guys will take yourselves off of mute. This presentation was not intended to really share, go in depth of any type of information around operational excellence, but really just to gain some insight from the speakers and from the attendees on the call to share the experiences and the insights in this fireside roundtable style discussion. So I do ask that you unmute yourself and have a pen and paper handy. You know, we talked a lot about building great teams and how, you know, we can harness the best thinking of teams. And so what better opportunity to do that than to leverage the people on the call today that are experts in this field to generate those ideas and those kinds of discussions that hopefully you'll be able to take some of that information back to your organization or pose some of the similar questions to continue on your transformation journey. So this has been a year of unprecedented transformation. And I think we know this by all of the conversations that and the presentations that we've had all morning. And change has been felt deeply across the globe, right? In all industries. But what distinguishes the companies that have been strategically able to pivot? And many have benefited from a strong foundation and a purpose and a culture of agility. So those that are best positioned to lead in the future will react quickly and transparently to change. They'll seize new opportunities, create visible, resilient, and steadfast leaders. And so with that, this session will talk about how do we align those methodologies to deliver and embed a seamless transformation, and then how we build those change capabilities and frameworks across the enterprise while still supporting that need for change so that the companies that will lead in the future will deliver all of these things for their customers and for employees. So the first question or the first topic is achieving strategic alignment. And the World Economic Forum states that we are experiencing a fourth industrial revolution. And I think that was just really honed in with all of the presentations that we had today. And then according to Gartner, by 2020, by this year, 75% of businesses will be a digital business or will be preparing to become one. So that's 75% that this year, and I think we're seeing that with all of the technology that has come out, and even through COVID, we are experiencing, a speed of just increasing speed of how we're transitioning businesses to be more digital. So I've got two questions here, and this is where I want us to kind of have this roundtable discussion. And so the first question that I want to pose to the group is, how can leaders align behaviors and methodologies to achieve a successful outcome? And I think we've heard from a lot of speakers today where we talked about leaders and the importance of leadership when you are looking at achieving that strategic alignment between your employees, for example, and the process improvement projects that you're trying to do, or that transformation that you're trying to achieve in your organization. So how can leaders align behaviors and methodologies to achieve a successful outcome?
Who would like to start? It would be great if everyone can unmute yourself and we have a true discussion.
Let's see. I'm just going to call on people here. Aaron or Camille or Carlos, Cliff, anyone want to chime in on that?
Hi, Vera.
Hi.
I think from my perspective, it's to do with goals and performance management. That's kind of how you align the behaviors.
Gotcha. Yeah. So can you elaborate on that? When you look at your performance goals and you know, to align the behaviors, what types of things can you maybe put into those performance goals to make sure that the behaviors are correct and what you want to achieve the successful outcome?
Yeah, speaking more recently, one example would be having A3s, you know, a certain number of A3s to have completed, pushing more of the lean initiative, making sure the goals are SMART. So they're kind of things that I've been focusing on.
Very good. Awesome. I'm actually writing that down. Anyone else got some ideas or thoughts around this? Or if you've seen an organization or a case study where an organization, a company has really done well in aligning their culture with the methodologies to achieve the transformation.
I see Alan unmuting himself. Alan would like to speak up.
Hi, Alan.
Yeah, I think just Kaelin here again. The other thing to add to it as well is we distribute a newsletter showing successful Lean and Six Sigma stories. So along with the goals, I think a newsletter kind of showing the progress updates is kind of a good incentive for others to want to get the exposure inside the company.
Absolutely. I like that a lot. And I actually wrote that down. And within the organization that I was a part of, we definitely implemented a newsletter that was specific around operational excellence so that it wouldn't get drowned out by, you know, other things that were going on in the business. And one of the things that we also did from a leadership perspective, which I think one of our previous speakers mentioned, is, you know, leveraging social media. So we had our own internal kind of social media platform that we could, you know, share stories and share lessons learned across the organization. So very good. And I think that's really great to keep it visual and keep it simple. The other thing I think about is, you know, leaders themselves can dedicate time to ensure that those principles that they put in place, those behaviors are embedded into the culture. And so in one of our previous speakers, she mentioned that she created these pockets right? Pockets where you had people who were very engaged in the transformation of the business and their operational excellence projects and things. And so, you know, making sure that those pockets are connected, I think would be very key as well. When you start to think about, you know, alignment of the behaviors, alignment of the methodologies to achieve that outcome. You know, methodologies, you can definitely, you know, we all have Lean Six Sigma. There's another methodology called Shannon, which is what we use to really look at the technical side of things and understand what our technical problems are. And so being able to leverage those things, I think it would be a lot easier when you have the behavior in place. So what are some alignment tools to ensure that transformation delivery? What are some tools that you guys have used or have seen other companies use to, you know, ensure that the execution is being done? Anyone want to go for this question first?
Yeah, I'll go again.
Yeah, thanks, Kaylin.
One thing we've been doing is interfacing with Power BI, which is a visual tool to represent data. So it's a live stream. You're seeing the factory floor and all the company's KPIs, and it's viewable for most people in the company. And so that's one way we look to make sure we're hitting our KPIs, which is everyone having access to Power BI to see how the cycle times are, how the financial metrics are.
Right, that's awesome. I like that. I've actually never heard of Power BI, and so that's something that I wrote down and will certainly be researching a little more about. I love the live stream aspect of it.
Yeah, it's just like a MES system. It's just
okay.
It's allowing access to the database so you can view, and the graphs are automated. So you put in the structure ahead of time, and then anyone can click onto a ready-made formatted panel of KPIs.
Gotcha. Awesome. Anyone else? And I can't see anyone, Ariana, so I think there might have been something in the chat perhaps as well.
I'm reading the chats. We have a very quiet crowd here.
It's after lunchtime, and that's always the most difficult time, right? Because now we're at that point where we're probably a little bit tired and sleepy.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to that. But
yeah.
Just wanted to touch on Power BI real quick. I think my company is starting to roll that out, or at least our parent company. Another thing that we use in-house is Historian. So we have tags on different processes that allow us to measure certain pieces of the equipment, whether it be energy in, you know, speed of drives, things like that. So we can look at these metrics and say, you know, are we meeting our goal? What's causing us not to meet our goal, specifically in the length of a batch process, right? So Historian's been very useful for us in our transformation and in continuous improvement.
Gotcha. Okay, very good. I like that. Anyone else? What types of dashboards, or anyone in their company use scorecards to ensure that balance and visibility, or platforms that, you know, really share the principle of excellence, those operating systems? So one other thing, while you guys are kind of thinking through that too, one other thing that comes to mind for me is would be, you know, standardized description for how the transformation will apply to all levels of the organization, you know, using communication as a tool to ensure alignment. And so you can have that standardized description that everyone is understands how this transformation actually impacts their day-to-day and how it impacts all levels of the organization. And then policy deployment and standardizing policies, right? And I think that's another way of being able to align your strategy with the behaviors and the methodologies to make sure that you deliver the transformation that you expect. All right. Anyone else want to comment on these two questions before I move on to the next topic?
You know what? I got one more thing for the first question.
Yeah, very good. Go ahead. Thank you.
It was touched on, I want to say day one, but communication is key, obviously. So alignment is communication. And something else that we do to harness best practices and show what we're doing with our transformation is setting up web meetings just like this on a monthly basis. Each of our sites in North America have joined, and we now have a group of about 20 to 30 speakers that provide PowerPoints of best practices and how they're using certain aspects of continuous improvement to lead growth in their plants. And one thing when it comes to aligning, you know, a culture, it's not just production. So we look at logistics, we look at production, we look at administration. It's all inclusive, and you can really relate, you know, one person's best practice to a lot of different things. So even if you see something come through that's administrative, you may find intricacies in that improvement that relate to something in production, for example. So, you know, setting up a monthly touch point just to bring the CI leaders together is a great way to kind of harness that culture and that alignment of behaviors and methodologies.
Very good. I love that. Awesome. Yeah. Anyone else want to chime in on that? How they might have seen communication being one of the key tools that is critical for transformation delivery?
Yeah, just that it has to be wrapped in a very compelling and influential story. That's the main thing I found with communication.
Yeah, absolutely. You really have to, like you mentioned, wrap it up in a compelling story. I mean, people have to relate to it, right? They have to relate to the why. And I think that's one of the key things that leaders, you know, need to make sure is that they have this consistent story and they have the consistent why that transformation is needed for their company, because it's not an easy journey by any means, right? And there's a lot of different variables and aspects of you know, going through that type of process that you really do need to stay consistent with your why and have a strong why to, you know, for people to really get on board and follow that vision. And the other thing I wanted to mention too is, you know, I love the monthly touch point. One of the things that I've seen companies do, including my past company, is create these governance councils, you know, where you do have this monthly touch point to share what's going on in the organization, and being able to kind of leverage, people's lessons learned in other parts of the business, other functions. Like you mentioned, you may, if something's going on administratively, you can learn from that and maybe take those lessons learned and implement that change in operations or within supply chain, as an example. But it really encourages those silos to be broken, and for people to, have the visibility and come together and make sure that everyone is aligned, and we don't have as many silos in the organization when it comes to transformation. Because I think that's one of the things that I've seen that can really, cause some issues and the execution piece is that you have a lot of groups that are siloed, and so therefore there is no alignment, and you don't really have that success that you're looking for. All right, thanks everyone for chiming in on that. So the next slide that I have is developing the long-term frameworks. So, this is around, how do we build the change capability across the enterprise while still supporting the need for change. So we're looking at, we're building and supporting that need from an employee standpoint. So research shows, and this was something that a couple of the other speakers mentioned as well, that research shows that 70% of all large-scale organizational change initiatives fail, and 60% of continuous improvement projects fail to sustain results. Most of us know this already because we've lived through a lot of the failures at various organizations. So we really want to, think about the type of framework that we could build within the enterprise that will enable sustainable improvement, like we mentioned before, and sustain those results. So here are two questions for us that I've prompted, and those are, what are some of those key challenges to sustaining the change? And what are some key aspects of an operational excellence framework that would allow you to build differentiating capabilities? Anyone want to take a stab at that? It is a quiet group today.
It is indeed. I'm quickly coming out with something to push the crowd a little. Okay, well, we are all thinking, back to my question, do we upgrade technologies or do we upscale our team first before investing in further technologies? Well, I'm coming out with another poll to help you.
Yep, good follow-up question there as well.
Hi, Vera. I'll see if I can get us started.
Awesome.
This is Sean, by the way.
Hi, Sean. Nice to meet you.
I think one of the challenges that we've experienced with sustaining, like particularly OPEX or continuous improvement change, has been just it's not sort of at the forefront. It's really maybe a second or third tier priority essentially for the organization. So where we've had success, I think, is when we're able to connect the objectives that we're trying to achieve with getting that sustainable goal back to something that's larger for that organization. So if they're constantly, say for instance, in an example where there's not enough capacity, resource capacity within the organization, we translate our productivity improvements to hit that goal. And that seems to connect back, for leadership, the value of supporting their associates and the team members working on the improvement. Most of the time we find our associates really want to do this work, and it's really a matter of how do they get the support from their leadership to do it. And the more value that we can show from their work, the easier time they actually have getting that support.
Yeah, that's a good point. Awesome. Anyone else? what are some key challenges that besides that leadership support and competing priorities that you've seen? And is there anything in chat? Because I see there's, on my screen, it pops up 7. So I don't know what's going through there, but.
It's me trying to push everyone.
Gotcha. So one of the things is you guys are thinking about this as well, because at the end, what I want to do is I want to kind of wrap up sort of the key things that the key takeaways from our discussion, and hopefully it will give you some some ammunition to go back to your organization and encourage change, or encourage the transformation, just influencing the ability to be able to be successful in that, right? So another thing that I'll point out when we think about the key challenges is, especially right now where you've got a lot of the technology and the speed, like we mentioned, the scope is not necessarily realistic. And I think we see that, for example, with the transformation in the energy sector. Is it realistic? How realistic are our goals within the organization to go from being a traditional oil and gas company to now taking on all these technologies? You have to retrofit a lot of the equipment, as an example. So really being able to define the scope and making sure that the scope of what you're trying to do is realistic, I think is a key challenge, to where you don't necessarily get that sustainable change if you don't define the scope accurately. Anyone else agree with that or disagree?
I see Linda unmuting herself. Linda, would you like to share your bit?
Hi, Linda. Is she still on mute?
She's back in mute.
Okay.
Okay, I have just put down 4 key points to make everyone's opinion more easier to think through. Challenges faced by leaders during change management is it A, conflicts within the team, then B, without correct planning, C, rebounding from setbacks, D, simple resistance to changes due to just simple human nature. Please type in your opinion in the chat box. I think that might be easier.
Good. Any responses on that? A, B, C, or D?
I hate to say it, but I think it's a mixture of all of them. I don't think there's one that really stands out. One thing that it's kind of a tricky topic, but we all most likely have managers, and when we're talking about correct planning or ensuring that we're staying within scope and a reasonable scope, a lot of times what is being asked of us from our management teams may be
unrealistic.
Yes. So finding that yeah, I it's hard to talk about because I don't know the answer. So
right. No, that's a very good point. And I think it is really hard to talk about because, you certainly, from a leadership perspective, you want to encourage stretch goals.
Sure.
And you want to make sure that, you're kind of challenging the status quo. But at the same time, I think you have to really understand the landscape of your organization and kind of meet them where they are in order to ensure that those expectations or those goals are realistic, right? Because that's another key aspect when you're on a transformation journey. If those goals and those assignments are not are not realistic, I think people will tend to kind of give up real quick and just sort of go back to what they know, what they do best, right? You're no longer engaging the employees because now they can't attain what you put in front of them. So I agree. I don't think there's a right or wrong. I think it's just going back to what we discussed earlier is understanding the culture and understanding the current state of the company.
Yeah, that's one more coming from Alan. He said, prioritization. Would like to comment on that?
Hi, Alan.
Okay, you got me.
Thanks, Alan.
No, what I meant by that was just that there's a lot of competing priorities, and it's not always clear what the number one priority is, and if even when there is a clear statement that this is the number one priority, what about all those other things that are also coming down from leadership's office that must be done, that get in the way?
Mm-hmm. Yep, very good. Because you and especially you bring up a really good point, because a lot of the organizations that I've researched and looked at case studies around operational excellence and their transformation journey, a lot of them are have a matrix type organization. So you could be reporting to one person, but you're indirectly reporting to someone else. So I think that makes it even more challenging to, how do you then align, competing priorities within an organization that, has kind of that matrix structure.
That is hilarious, because Farah, I was just about to bring up the fact that matrix organizations are very tricky when you're given a project and you don't necessarily have direct leadership over the resources you're supposed to be directing, if you will. And then you're reporting to someone else that doesn't have ownership over those resources. It can be really tricky unless the culture is built in to accept that. So prioritization, as Alan talked about, it may be a high priority for you, but at the end of the day, if the communication isn't clear that it's a priority for the business as a whole, it's going to dismantle itself.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. That, and I don't have the answer for that either. Right. But I love the fact that we're kind of bringing it up through discussion, because it sounds like it's a common theme across a lot of organizations and across a lot of industries, that you have this matrix set up and your transformation journey just becomes dismantled because, like you said, there's no clear expectation that what you're doing is critical for the business overall. I'll open that up to discussion as well. Any thoughts? Have you seen any companies that have a matrix structure that is doing really well with that? I'm sure that was a long journey to get to a place where you have that, you've overcome that particular type of challenge. Has anyone seen any company or be successful in that? Or are you kind of experiencing the same thing? or just ideas of how to overcome that challenge. The whole point is to kind of leverage each other, right, on the call, to bring some ideas and maybe take back to our organization.
I'm going to call out names, and Kaylin would like to start this since you have been very active.
Hi, Kaylin, any thoughts on that? And this is really the last slide, because I think we're coming up at time and I might be a little bit over. Yes. All right, so some of the key aspects of building that differentiating capability, I think we kind of covered a little bit around, what does that framework look like? Certainly the communication piece is very important. Looking at partnerships, right, as part of that journey, and that differentiating capabilities, understanding the current state of your organization, and then defining that future state based on, feedback from your customers, as an example. That would be a very good aspect and a key aspect as you think about, the sustainability and the sustained results when you are, going through this journey of transformation, and then you don't want to, look back years later and you have to, pivot and do something different because we didn't look at some of those key aspects when we're building out that framework, right? Any comments there? Okay, so go ahead, Alan. Hey, Alan.
I don't have actually anything to contribute other than to ask, as people think of solutions, as you asked, solutions to how to deal with that issue of matrix organization with I guess what Sean said, not having control of all the resources, and I talked about different actors, and you also about different priorities of different people you interact with in a matrix organization. What is the solution, or what are some possible solutions, even though we didn't come up with them today? If people think of them and contribute them after, that would be great. Oh, absolutely. I love that idea, Alan. Thank you for that contribution. That was really great. And because it's one of those areas that is like was mentioned earlier, it's a really touchy and tricky topic. And any solution that we can glean from, or best practices, or what companies have done that you've seen, please feel free to share even after this call. And Ariana, I don't know if they can send those comments to you, and then you can share with the rest of the attendees, or if there's another way of connecting with everyone and getting some of that to the attendees.
Yes, definitely. I can send it if you will allow me to share your slide, and then I'm happy to drive the questions further. Yep, absolutely. Sounds good. Thanks, Alan, for that. So I'm going to just go ahead and wrap up and just kind of, think about what are the themes that sort of emerged from our discussion today. And, one of the things a couple of things that I wrote down is communication. How do we ensure that communication is at all levels in the organization, and it's clear communication to make sure that you're successful in your digital transformation? And that could be, as an example, using technology like Power BI or MES, or Historian. Those are two really good technologies that I'm going to certainly research and learn more about.
And then just distributed newsletters, using a platform within your organization that's like a social media. So communication was really critical that came out of our discussion. One other key thing that came out, I think, is the value of creating the right types of priorities and making sure that the priorities that need to be driven when it comes to transformation is aligned across the organization. And how do you sort of break down sort of those challenges of, having competing priorities in a matrix organization? That's a big theme that I think is also, very critical for having a successful and seamless transformation. And then making sure that the scope is where it needs to be, right? And you define that scope, you make sure the goals are smart. All of that, I think, is very important, and one of the common themes I think that came out of this conversation today. Anyone else want to add anything to that?
So I got one extra thing. When you're developing your scope for anything, whether it's a strategy for OPEX rollout or what, understanding your RACI is very important. And I'm starting to see that more and more into each of the sectional pieces of OPEX as we move through our transformation. When we're talking about a matrix organization, you have those that are responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Getting that right up front really kind of strikes at how we ensure communication is successful. So it's not easy. I'll tell you right now, I've gotten it wrong for a few different projects, but if we really want to be able to claim that a matrix organization works and it's not hindering our success for transformation, then we also got to be very clear on who's responsible for what. Yep. So as you're building that charter, scoping, getting your goals together, the communication plan is key too. So it oftentimes goes as something put off to the side, but as project managers, that's really key. And I think even as transformation officers, or whatever you want to call yourself, CI specialist is my current title, that piece is huge, and right. Something to think about.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a very good point. And, you made me think about a question, and maybe this will be a question that we can, sort of do offline, whether, and maybe Ariana, we could do this on Facebook or something, and have these questions and post it for members and for attendees. But, matrix organizations, are they relevant in today's time in terms of transformation? You're right, is it a hindrance? Do we need to do organizations? I mean, even right now, we've had to deal with COVID-19, and organizations are restructuring, they're reorganizing. And, if they want to succeed in being, going digital, and having that digital transformation being a success, do they need to think about how the company is organized from a matrix perspective? That's a good point. I think that would be a great conversation to take on Facebook or LinkedIn or something. Does it
yes,
work? Does it work?
Yeah, to answer your question, yes, we do have a LinkedIn group, which I would share with everyone. Just give me a second, I'm getting that LinkedIn group out now. It would be great if you could join in right after our event, and we could continue our discussion here.
Yeah, I'd love to. I definitely would love to continue that. I think that's a great idea. To, just keep that discussion going. And it also keeps us connected as well. You know, what we don't get out here, we certainly can think about it. Maybe we come across, you know, an article or some type of resource, and then it kind of pops in our head that, hey, I'd like to share this. And this is kind of a solution to some of the things we talked about today. So thanks, Ariana, for sharing that.
You're welcome. And I have already just posted the LinkedIn group to our chat box. So do join, and I will admit everyone.
Okay, awesome. All right, so I am at time. I'm probably a little bit over, so I apologize, but that's all I had. So here's my last quote. It is a quote that I pulled. It is not the strongest or the most intelligent who will survive, but those who can best manage change. So, you know, what we talked about, you know, communication, how we manage that. How do we manage changing how we communicate, how we manage the culture change? All those things are going to really help to survive this transformation that I think, you know, society and companies and everyone are really going through right now. All right, so that is all I have. Here's my email address. If you'd like to connect, certainly look me up on LinkedIn. I really appreciate your time, and those who contributed to the discussion, thank you very much. And I certainly look forward to continuing discussions on the LinkedIn platform through the OPEX link that Ariana just sent. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for your session. I would have loved to have more discussions from everybody.
Oh, yeah. No worries. You know, it's always tough to go after lunch. I think that's just a tough time. So definitely thank everyone who were able to chime in, and, you know, hey, there's still time. Just join the LinkedIn group and we can still have conversations.
Definitely. And I'm still waiting for Clifford to be up. I have just posted for our next session. First of all, we'd like to apologize for a quick last-minute change. We are all here to talk about change management here, right? Vaidehi Facebook, unfortunately, has fallen ill. She wrote in an hour ago, so we're very apologetic for that. But so to continue, and as we have missed out quite a lot of breakouts, we have decided to put a few questions. So I have put the questions on Slido to better facilitate the questions and the poll. So it would be great if everyone could go into Slido, and we will continue our discussion from here.
Did you posted it already in a chat box, Ariana?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It's app Slido.event. I hope everyone can log in really well. And the passcode is hashtag 44167. I'm going to do share screen now.
Got it. Thank you.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes. So just a quick call back to your question. So how do we align Six Sigma and change management to deliver embed a seamless transformation? Do we invest in more technology, or do we put upskilling our team as a priority? I'm going to take note of all the votes. Let us vote first, and then there's a total of 4 votes, and let us vote first, and we'll go through all the results.
Wow, that's interesting that 100% looks like is invest in upskilling your team.
Indeed.
And not in technology.
I would like to hear from the floor. Why do you think so? Well, I mean, definitely further training is important. I'm quite surprised to see it's 100%. Would anyone like to share?
I just, for me, I certainly think about, I think it was a presentation right before mine, Irvana, that mentioned, how blockchain and how technology is going to impact businesses. And the one thing that is a huge gap is being able to retool or retrain your organization. And I believe that, investing in upskilling your team is going to be very important. Because if you and I think someone's mentioning that right now, Crystal, thank you, Crystal. You can have the technology, but if there's no one that knows how to use it, then it certainly is a waste. From a lean perspective, you don't want that, right? So certainly making sure that you have the skill sets that you need to be able to use the technology, for the purpose of your digital transformation or transformation, operations transformation, I think is very important. And I wonder if we don't see enough companies doing that right now. I think that would be a good question around, do we see companies really investing in the teams, or they're currently just trying to get the technology and sort of leaving that hole there, that's going to down the line be problematic.
Fully agree. And that goes to my next vote. I'm gonna share. Would it be okay if I share the results on the group and we can bring the discussion further on?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, so the next vote, it's very closely related to the comment you have made. What the most common innovation mistakes companies make? Number one, asking employees to generate ideas without creating mechanisms to do something with them, pushing for answers without defining problems worth solving, and C, urging risk taking while punishing commercial failure. So everyone, you have 1 minute to vote. I'll give 10 more seconds. Okay, so vote is closed. I was surprised. I'm personally surprised by the vote results because I thought it was going to be the top choice, asking employees to generate ideas being the most voted. I'd like to hear from the floor, pushing for answers without defining problems worth solving. Who who voted would be great if could take the floor. And if you're shy to speak up, leave your comments on the chat box.
Hi, team. I was one of the ones that voted for that one. I think if you don't define what you need to solve, how do you know where you're going to go? So that's my thinking on it.
That's good. That's true. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, go ahead, Linda.
Thank you. Sorry, I think you couldn't hear me earlier. I had a mic issue, but I'm one of those who answered that question to you. And I think that globally, we have a trend to try to solve a manifestation of a deeper problem. And unfortunately, we don't rely enough on root cause analysis to truly identify what is causing those manifestations and also symptoms. I work in the change management space, and very often we are solicited to solve for behavior, challenges, or people not, adopting or sticking, to the new way of working. And actually, when we conduct our root cause analysis, we identify that actually the issue is not, with not adopting, the change, but rather being a little bit deeper and anchored in the culture or the way of working, fear of, employees, to have something taken away from them. So I think that problem definition is one of the rare skills that we find around, and becoming a very good problem, definition person is key to actually help move, the company, forward. That's just my opinion and contribution to the conversation.
Okay, I have received a command from Crystal. She said, agree. We want ideas on how to put band-aids on bullet wounds instead of understanding the root cause through thorough root cause analysis. And how about, I'd like to hear, how about those who voted for urging risk taking while punishing commercial failure? What makes you vote for this option? Okay, how about asking employees to generate ideas without creating mechanisms to do so without them? Who voted, could kindly type A in the chat box so I can identify you?
Ariana, this is Sean. I'll just jump in. I voted for that. I think we found employees are really eager to actually help, but at some point they want to see the things that they suggest move forward, or at least understand why their idea didn't move forward. People want to invest in things that actually move, and so I think if you don't have a mechanism, if you say that's a great idea, but we don't have the funding for it, or we're not going to allocate the resources, or we don't think it's a priority, they're kind of like, why do we waste our time generating the ideas?
I like that. That's true. That's true. Yep. Thank you so much for sharing, Sean. Okay. And anybody else who voted? In this case, I'm gonna quickly move on to the next one. So I have put technology and agile together. So the next question, what are the hurdles to adopting agile? And I'm also talking about digital transformation and more advanced technology at the same time. Hi, Crystal. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. I take it as my mistake when structuring the poll. As I mentioned in the chat box, the first one, the top two answers, the first one, I'm referring to the organization on a whole, on a macro level, when it comes to technology, when it comes to the actual infrastructure, the management, and the board backup. But when it comes to limited agile skill, I'm talking about individual employees that are part of the organization. Yeah, so who voted? Let us go to limited agile skill. Who voted for it? And the floor is yours. Okay, we've got quite a quiet crowd. How about that? I see majority voted for company structure. We'd like to share your thoughts.
Hey, Ariana, this is Linda again. I can chime in there since I voted for that one. I think that, at least in my experience, I see a lot of teams fail to implement Agile because there is very lack of adaptation of, organizational processes and, way of working that gets in the way of being successful in delivering Agile. To clarify, a very simple example is we ask people to deliver according to an Agile framework, and most of us understand Agile as this 2-week, sprint kind of, cadence for delivering, pieces of a software, at least in the technology area. However, there is no improvement of the decision-making processes. So on one end, you have a team that is moving at a certain pace. On the other end, for them to be able to move further, they would need decisions being made that are made at a different pace, which is very often in very large organizations. We're talking about a couple of weeks to a couple of months, for something to be decided upon.
I definitely can feel for it, but for a bit of my background, I spent a good 10 years in big corporates, and it was really very difficult to get majority to agree to a digital transformation in the accounts payable. So, and it was very odd. Perhaps it was because it was the beginning of digital transformation, and no matter how hard we tried to get the management to see the sense in digitalizing invoice payments, because it really makes the whole process more accurate and faster, given that they were building a shared service center here in Europe and were paying globally. So it was quite painful as well. So I got you as on that, Linda. Thank you for sharing. Who else? Let us move on very quickly to the last one. So how should we do differently when approaching agile projects? This question came out from Clifford as we put the event together right from the start. How would you do things differently when approaching agile projects? A, customer satisfaction is always the highest priority. B, changing environments are embraced at any stage of the process. And C, face-to-face meetings are deemed the most efficient.
I won't give away what's going on here with the percentages, but it's clear that one choice is not desirable at all.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think we learned that through our COVID-19 experience around face-to-face meetings and the need for those things for project success. Good point.
So very quickly, and who voted for changing environments? The floor is yours.
Hey, Ariana, I think I can talk to this a little bit. So in my industry, we have seen a major shift in customer demand. So specifically what kind of customers we get. I work with adhesives. So we have customers in automobile manufacturing. We have customers in aerospace and also medical. So I think everyone can see where I'm going with this. Originally, we had high demand from customers in aerospace and automotive, and it quickly shifted when we saw the pandemic hit. So us being ready to not only measure our capacity concerns that are coming through, but how strong are we at creating these products that are more specific to medical, and how are we going to shift our manpower to make this jump? So we definitely need to be able to shift like that. Cross training's constantly at the forefront right now, and being sure that, you know, we close things out, make sure we're making our medical customers happy is huge.
That's definitely, and I believe in the medical industry right now, it's very high pressure in meeting the demands of it. Am I right to say that?
Very much so. I mean, what we do is essential at this point, and if we can't meet the demand, we're letting a lot of our country and some of the world down. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyone who would like to take the floor, no matter which of the votes that you have voted for? I see it's customer satisfaction and the embracing changing environment.
So if I may step in here, Ariana, we have 33% voted for the customer satisfaction, and then everybody voted for something else. So what's interesting to me from a business strategy standpoint is that not every business is going to focus exclusively or use customer satisfaction as the highest priority. There are other business strategies. And so if I look at that, 33% is actually bang on a percentage of what I would expect to see out there for companies that want to have a customer intimacy strategy. And so those who answered that really know your company's strategy. And then it's not surprising for me that everybody else has got something different as a perspective.
Cliff, would you like to also run through the other vote results?
Well, sure. So it's I'll go through the let's see here. You've switched the screen on me on that from that last poll. Do you want me to start from the top?
Yep, this one was the one that you commented on just now. So I just switched to what are the hurdles to adopting Agile.
Okay, all right. So having I'm inclined to agree with I would answer myself limited Agile skill as a hurdle, or one of the biggest hurdles I've ever encountered in doing a company transformation. Let's go to the next poll then.
The most common innovation mistakes companies make.
Yes, and even my own presentation about complex problem solving pointed to right up front, you have to define the problem exactly, or you're going to be working on the wrong things. And so you have to be fact and data based in your understanding of a situation in order to work on the right thing. Oftentimes, say a leader with the loudest voice who has an impression that this problem is the most painful one for the company, and then that forces a lot of energy to be put into a problem that is probably very minor. And that certainly has happened, not the majority of time, but there is a percentage of time that I have seen that happen. So in this case, I do think this poll is a very good one with regard to the response here, that a lot of people have seen the same thing.
And the last one. The last one, it's okay. It seems like the answer was taken down, but basically aligning people, app process to deliver and aids ACE transformation. So there were two choices. The first one was to invest in further technology, and the second one was to invest in further upskilling of the team. So the poll, yep, I got it up now. So the poll was 0% to a landslide winning vote of 100% upskilling the team. Your thoughts on that?
I would have answered the same. And one of the reasons is because all technology transformation projects that I've ever been involved in that have failed is because they've not invested in the human factor. We heard so many speakers talk about this aspect of it, and the fact that I'm actually really pleased that there was such focus here this week in that aspect of the human factor. So many times a plug and play technology will wind up on the shelf because nobody understands it, has accepted it, has not been given the knowledge, the ability, certainly not the reinforcement to continue to use it. And unless you invest in that, you're doomed to fail for sure.
It's great. Thank you, Clifford. We'd like to have your closing comment on the overall event, and then we can close this event and to release everyone, or we can unmute and come out on video and we can still have a coffee together.
Well, let me just say before we do that, on behalf of Keynotion, I do know that we had some technical difficulties, but I think Keynotion was quite agile in its response, did switch to a different solution here. And I thought that today was enormously successful with respect to getting things off the ground technically and getting things executed. But in all days, the content that we saw here from many industry leaders was fantastic. I thought it was really, really high quality, some of the best high quality stuff I've seen in quite some time. And I've been to a number of OPEX conferences. This happens to the quality of the content here is ranked in amongst the very highest, in my opinion. And I want to compliment Keynotion for their recruiting the speakers and for the speakers themselves to spend the time, quality time and degree of preparation that everybody did in order to make this a successful event. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, and I really enjoyed today the most, of course. I really would like to thank the floor, and first of all, I'd like to say thank you for all the participants for being very patient with us and still having faith in us by joining us today. And I really would like to give special thanks to Kaylin, Danielle, Alan, Linda, everyone who also joined in as a delegate to share your opinion on the votes and also chipping in every now and then as the discussions carry on. So we'd like to unvideo yourself and we can really get to know each other better. This will help to make the virtual event a bit more human.
Hi, so this is Vera. I'll just kind of kick off the, let me just share my screen as well. So I'll just kind of kick us off, from my perspective and say thank you for inviting me to join the discussions. And it was just such a pleasure to meet all of you. I certainly echo what both you and Cliff mentioned, that the content was great and the speakers were really good, and you guys did a very good job of making sure that you came up with a different solution with the technical difficulties the first 2 days. So I'm certainly here to just chat with everyone on, I guess it doesn't necessarily have, this is sort of that coffee time. So, certainly didn't have to be anything Well, I'm Starbucks today. So, you know, I had my husband to go get my Starbucks coffee because I had to get the red cup today. So, so I've got my coffee here as well to just kind of get to know everyone. And hopefully this will be a lasting connection with people on the call.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Linda. I just wanted to echo what you just said. Really enjoyed, the conference beside the little, glitches. And I think that there's nothing we can do in the face of the unknown. And thank you for rebouncing, so wonderfully, today through Zoom. Very quick question for you. Can you enlighten us and tell us what's the story behind the red cup? Sorry, just curious about that. It's a nice way to also, break the ice here.
Yeah, so every year Starbucks comes out with a different red cup, and it's not the kind that you normally get. This is like the normal drink with the cup you just throw away. But every year they come out with a different design of the Christmas cup. And I tell you, people this is COVID time, and there was like 50 people waiting for this cup. And I was running late trying to reschedule my day to join the call today. And I was like, you've got to stand in line, baby, and get this cup for me. And so that's the story of the cup. Is every year they come out, and it's limited. So it's not like they have a lot of them. So you're kind of like special if you've got this red cup. People, at least here in the US are jealous if they see you with that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing. I'm still drinking from my kind of tiny little, espresso, cup.
Yeah.
But I will try to get a red cup too. I live in the US now, but
what part?
Of course, New Jersey.
New Jersey. Wow. So it's cold. I'm in Houston. It's like, 80 degrees. I'm drinking coffee, but
good for you here. It's getting nice. It's getting nicer at 72 today, but wanted to say a couple of things. Thank you again for your brilliant presentation earlier. Sorry, I was having mic issue. But if you don't mind just, talking a little bit more about, the human behavior you've been observing, throughout your career that are truly getting in the way of, changing, improving things and demonstrating, value to the business. And just, to explain where I'm coming from, I work in the change management space, and changing behaviors is basically what I do every day. And just wanted, to compare kind of, notes, because I see some persistent, behaviors throughout my experience that we really struggle, to shape or change. And just wanted, to get your, professional perspective on maybe some key behaviors you've been observing for the past couple of, years that are truly sticking, and why are they sticking in?
Yeah, I'd second that. Is what is the most effective to change culture and stick continuous improvement?
Yeah. It's difficult. From what I've seen in my experience, it is a lot of, push rather than pull. And that could get very frustrating. It is very frustrating. And what I found that really makes it stick is if you push, but you definitely don't push too hard, and you create these opportunities for the people within the organization to recognize the importance of the change you're trying to make and how it relates to them. That's the key thing. If they don't really see how it impacts their day-to-day or how they're delivering on, their particular role, it really does not stick. It may stick for a few months or a year or two, but eventually you're kind of going back to status quo. So if you can really embrace the communication aspect and make sure that's clear, and you're relating that to the people, that's what I found really made some of the behaviors that we were looking to change stick. The other aspect that I would mention is what I've seen, you know, just kind of the mindset of companies and leaders, which is, you know, if you don't change that mindset, eventually that person becomes obsolete. And I think, you know, when people start to understand that, that also might be a motivating factor, you know, to understand how they can become obsolete if they don't sort of get on board with the change that's happening, because it's going to happen regardless.
I'm so glad you're touching on those two points. I mean, we always talk about the power of demonstrating the what's in it for them when we improve things. And I found it very often very challenging to truly, you know, actually articulate what's in it for them without support from leadership, because we're here to provide, you know, frameworks, guidance on how to drive the change and how to make the case for the change we're trying to implement. But to your second point, leadership support and also, you know, championship of the change is also key. I believe you asked the question earlier about, you know, maybe some techniques or tactics to actually, you know, further, you know, communicate and get to people and also, you know, demonstrate the value of things in a word of, you know, a matrix organization. And I think one of, you know, the participants mentioned, you know, the power of RACI and clarifying roles and responsibilities. Something that worked very well for me on most of my programs is also clarifying expectations, because we always need to go with the mindset that people are truly, you know, truly want, you know, us to be successful. It's just that they don't know how to help. So as project managers or program leads, if you can just help them understand what are you expecting of them, that will actually help, you know, further, you know, advance, you know, your work and your cause. And the second piece, yeah, and the second piece that worked also very well for me is also, you know, when we talk about visible championship and sponsorship of your leaders or sponsors, something that can set up a project manager or program lead who's going to lead, you know, a cross-functional team is almost, you know, a formal endorsement from leadership. I recommended, you know, to leaders, for example, to announce, you know, the launch of a program and also, you know, endorse the person who will be leading it, because that make it, you know, very clear that all this person is not part of, you know, our hierarchy. They will be leading, you know, the initiative, and that type of endorsement is what you need to at least pave the way into, you know, several teams and organizations to go and get, you know, the information, data, or work that you need, you know, to deliver on your program.
Yep, that's a very good point. And I see Daniel put it in chat that that's a good point as well.
Yeah, I think for me, just to chime in, our company's been doing a big push on continuous improvement, operational excellence, and just lean. And a couple of years ago, we did a big push on training of lean, green belts, yellow belts, black belts. And I'd say, you know, everyone's been trained, but the active repetition of continuous improvement probably wasn't established. And I guess now the resurgence of it is more focused on the what's in it for them. And, you know, what we do now is we do an A3, but we've modified it and we've put everyone who's involved in the project, their photo goes up on the A3, gets pushed onto the board on the shop floor. And we put their photos in a little news article in a monthly newsletter. And so anyone who's involved in that continuous improvement project, we've got the benefits. You know, there's usually money, some of them are soft benefits, but we usually try and put a dollar value against the savings. And a little kind of spiel on the project, the challenges, kind of get that hero story to make it interesting. And then a bunch of mug shots, which is just everyone's employee photo, whoever was involved. So I'm finding it's working well for us, but I'm curious, do you guys have any other, you know, tricks, tips, or stuff that's kind of helped to land the improvement culture across the company and not just in this single department?
So I'll chime in and say that I totally agree with you. We had the same issue, and it's interesting that you mentioned that, because we had an internal, what I've seen is you go and you train people on becoming black belts and green belts, but then the activity around lean projects did not correlate to the number of people that we were training. They just weren't active. And part of the challenge is when you're in an organization, I think that where people move around a lot. I think that was really the key challenge for us, is that we train, and then, because you've got to do a project, and so it could take you a year or two, depending on what training you're going through. And then by then you're probably moving on to another project that may not even deal with operational excellence. So that's the challenge that I saw, where you provide the training, but then, the roles that they go into next had nothing to do with it. So the activity stopped, and now you're starting over, say the person that's being replaced in that role, they now have to kind of get up to speed and get these projects going. So I think what's worked for us is really just, or what I've seen has worked in other companies, and kind of the research that I did, is making sure that there is kind of this career path where that person stays within that operational excellence piece. Because before it seemed like it wasn't really a priority, but I think now it really is, especially with all the digital transformation and everything that's going on. How do you incentivize, like you mentioned, in employees to kind of stick with that career path where they're part of that continuous improvement function within the organization, and be happy doing that, right? Nothing else. There are other things that might look or feel, nicer, or, and unique in terms of what they want to do with their career, which is fine, but certainly making sure that they have an opportunity to develop in that space was key.
So just out of interest, when you guys are doing your improvement projects, what areas are you primarily doing on it? So for us, the initial focus is production, operations, maybe supply chain, and the product development side is, starting to roll on as well. But for you guys, accounts, finance, or okay.
So we started the finance and focusing on operational excellence there, but it was, at least late last year, it hadn't really been rolled out fully, but we focused on supply chain, manufacturing, operations. And then we focused not just on the process side, but one thing that I mentioned earlier is there's and I'll mention it here, there's a methodology called Shannon. And I really liked Shannon because it helped to develop that mindset that you need for operational excellence, and for going in and looking at things in a different way and a different perspective, not just processes, but some of the products, like you mentioned, product development. How do we look at designs? What are some of the issues that with the design of a product or the measurement system that you have in place to that may be an issue as well. How do you solve those problems? And so I really like the fact that you had sort of two pieces or two aspects of that within this organization. And I was impressed with that aspect.
Yeah, what about yourself, Linda? You're in operations as well, or is it more different area, different sector?
Thanks for asking. I'm in the change management space, actually.
Okay.
However, I'm very curious to see what frameworks we use, in the OPEX, space that I could, easily kind of, transfer to change management, because we do a lot of, root cause analysis, and we do a lot of, process, mapping too, very often on our projects to actually demonstrate that, what's in it for me and the value of the change. So that's why, I was careful listening to your conversation, and I even made a note of the Shannon methodology. I will check it out.
Yeah,
but I think
that's really neat.
Yeah, I will check it out. And I think that you touched on a very important point, which is, the mindset. I think, OPEX, change management as a discipline and all these best practices are really here, to create, mindset, a way of, approaching, work and business and so on. And in the change management space, we train a lot of leaders on change management, frameworks and techniques to actually accelerate adoption. And we often tell them that there is the science piece to it, which is the framework, the methodology, but there is also the art piece of it. And that's the one we want them, to focus on, which is what are, the levers, of success for them that will help them accelerate, driving that change that will help, deliver on the value for the business. So very similarly with OPEX, we're really here, to create value, and it's a matter of just embracing these new mindsets.
Okay. Yeah, just again, another little tidbit is, for us, one of the most effective things I've seen on the shop floor is we take videos of standard work, and then what we do is, well, before we do that, we do a time study. We stopwatch it, and then we try and improve it. We stopwatch it again, and then when we feel like we've rinsed as much waste out of it as possible, all the movement or motion waste, we videotape it, and then we break it down into like a Yamazumi, which is basically just a broken down bar chart. And then what we do is we try and step through frame by frame and figure out how do we break the bottlenecks, how do we eliminate all the wasted time. And we've seen 70% cycle time reductions to in some cases 90% cycle time reductions. And we haven't spent any money on equipment, we haven't spent any money on tools, we've just had the operators move more efficiently around the process. So it's something I recommend. Maybe a little more tricky for change management. I don't know if it'll be as useful, but for operations, that's, to me, we've really almost doubled the capacity to plan by just looking at the process.
Curious to know, as you approach, your improvement, continuous improvement initiatives and programs, how often do you involve, the end user, as we call them? So to your point, if you go on the floor and start to time, things, do you, organize some kind of, voice of the employee discussions just to get an idea of how they foresee the areas of improvement and how they would, tackle these, efficiency and productivity challenges that you have to solve for?
Yeah, honestly, typically what we would do is, maybe one or two of the engineers might get together and we'll think of what is the ideal situation, and we'll try and do the mental game on that. And then what we do is we'll go down to the shop floor and we'll ask the production staff, what do they think? And then just through questions, because you want them to own and figure out the solution. And so I think that helps with the buy-in. So in change management, would be the same thing. But you try and think about where's the biggest waste in the value stream map. And then you go to that area and say, hey, what takes all of your time? And then if you don't feel like they've got towards the answer, you could say, oh, like how much time do you spend on this process? That seems like it could take a while. Yeah. So that's kind of how we go about it.
And again, I know that the conference is not about change management, but I often, see a lot of, success when we involve, the end user or the end employee in the process of creating or co-creating the solution together. Because your point, you get, buy-in from the very beginning, because there is a sentiment that they're participating in solutioning for the problem. And at the same time, you're creating your first, wave of champions who are going to go and kind of, spread the word and kind of mobilize, the rest of, your stakeholder group.
I'm actually taking down notes that there's a demand for change management. So I'm listening. I totally agree. It's just, as I mentioned, change management is very difficult, especially I believe we all are going through this, especially in the corporate environment. I have to admit, when I jumped into the project as a very young project lead, that was almost 9 years ago. I was still in my early 20s. Not early 20s, no, sorry. It was my second job. So I was really in my late 20s. So I took up the job, and I was in for a very big surprise, because I was hired because I just have a combined knowledge of compliance and accounts payable transitions. They were in Central Europe, they were just building up shared services center. So somehow the HR found me, and I agreed to it. And telling the locals, especially suppliers, how that, can you imagine, we have to tell the suppliers, yes, you're gonna get paid 10 days later than usual, and we're no longer gonna pay from the States. Your bills are no longer going to be paid from Australia. What's going to happen that you have to scan in your invoices to the system, and it will be approved, validated, and approved by a team in Prague, and this is the process in all the details. It was like, it actually took 6 months to get half suppliers to actually realize we were serious.
I'm sure the first question they asked you was, why are we changing?
Exactly.
So Linda, other than I guess trying to get buy-in, are there other challenges that you've had in your change management role, or there's stuff that you found works effective?
Very good questions. I think the biggest challenge, with driving change is truly creating a compelling case for change, because we're pretty we're creatures of habits. Whether the process is good or bad, we just, comply to it, and we repeat it over and over again, and we're very comfortable with that. And I think that driving change, boils down to first, creating the case for change. As long as you demonstrate, the value of what you're trying to create, people will follow at some point. And I think that so far it has been my biggest challenge, because I'm often called on initiatives where I'm asked to drive change. But when I ask the question, why do we need to change? We either get, different responses, which shows, misalignment on the reason why we're doing it, or no response at all. And we just get, we need to change because we have to. And unfortunately, employees don't take that as an answer. We need, to truly, demonstrate, the value of what we're building or implementing or, or doing. So that's the first challenge. And then, change management is paved with challenges, to be honest. So it's just, I think, you learn, very early to just be agile and try to bounce back, from every, setback or every, failure. We're dealing with human beings, and, we're not dealing with machines or processes, and they're a little bit, more challenging to convince, let's say.
Good. Interesting to hear the struggles.
I believe so. I don't know. I think it was worldwide news just 2 weeks ago when the Prague government decided to go on lockdown, which means no more weekend beers, no more weekend footballs for the locals. And it was worldwide news when the locals really protested for that. So it's a very good example how humans resist to changes.
I I mean, we often say as change management practitioners that people don't, resist the change because resistance is not really a choice. It's just a reaction, unfortunately. I mean, fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know, depends on how you see it. It's just, there's a biology behind it. And I think by learning the biology behind it, you can, better, mitigate, the level of resistance. But again, I come, I'm originally from France, so we protest and resist everything. So you learn very early on, to really, you learn very early on, to really think through, what's the purpose of the change you're trying to introduce and really communicate it and over again, because the key here is truly repetition. And we often say in the change management space that it takes 21 it takes 21 I think repetitions to embrace the new way of doing things. So you guys in the OPEX space, when we talk about implementing a new process, just keep in mind that it takes people 21 days or 21 repetition of the same process to really feel comfortable and autonomous with it. And that's why you see a dip in productivity at the beginning when you implement the process, not because people are resisting it, because they just need time, to get used to it.
I fully agree.
Very interesting.
All right, thank you so much. And I believe everyone's getting very, very, it's quite, it's kind of late for us here in Prague, and I need to run home because of the lockdown curfew. We have a curfew to meet as well. So I mean, I'm more than happy to thank you very much once again. It really means a lot, despite all the technical disasters. I'm glad we pulled it off today. Well, and thank you for coming back today. I have to admit, I was really very nervous in the beginning, like, okay, how many people are going to turn up today? So when I see everyone coming back, it's, and I'm glad we are also able to have a coffee and have a good chat. It really means a lot. Yep. So,
Sorry, just wanted to say congratulations on, a well-delivered, conference despite, all the technical challenges.
Thank you. And do join our LinkedIn group. And of course, I forgot to mention we have a showcase page that it's both the same because I will constantly update what's going to happen and all the. Usually I would start posting a lot more articles and also the next cycle of the events, and we definitely know which platform not to use ever again as well. Yep. All right, so have a great weekend, and I look forward to continuing our conversation virtually as well over LinkedIn.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.